Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? It's been a day already. Yay. We have a lot to do, and I really don't know what I'm going to be working on. And I'm very distractible. As you just noticed, my phone was informing me that I am live, and not to forget that, which I guess is a good reminder to have. Anyway, before I prattle on too much, let's introduce the other people that are here with me today. Kat is here, Megan is here,
Hello.
and Carrie. Alrighty, I am so happy because here it is. I finished my novella. I finished it, and because I like to feel the weight of the words that I did, I printed it out. So yay, here is the story, book 0 in the series.
I need to print mine out too in order to edit it.
Yeah, I am so excited. I did not double space it, which I had kind of intended to, but what's done is done. And I noticed that
wow, that's huge for only single space.
Yeah, this is my single space manuscript, and I'm very excited about it. I have sent it out to, I think, everyone who said that they wanted to help Alpha read the story. If I missed you, please let me know, because I did not mean to, but I don't know. I'm not that good at it today. Also, the second half of my reward for getting this project done arrived today. This is the core rulebook for the Alien role-playing game. So I've got the box set, which had the dice and the cards and the maps and all that fun stuff in it, and a brief introduction to the game. And this is all the other stuff that you need to run the game, including, I just opened it up randomly to the Weyland-Yutani suborbital transport sled and crane system, because Weyland-Yutani, you are the devil. So I'm very excited about these. For anybody who knows me, Alien is like one of my favorite things in the world. A lot of my friends actually cosplay as Colonial Marines at conventions, and it's a lot of fun running around with them, especially when they like bring face huggers with them that randomly get thrown at people. It's fun playing hot potato with a face hugger. I'm just saying, if you've never done it, it is quite a fun, weird little convention sport. It's a good time to be had by all. So I don't know what I am doing today, because I have video to edit, because I watched the first episode of The Bad Batch. I liked it, and I have a lot of feels, because, wow, they did such a good job at the way they told the story that, like, as somebody who's way too into Star Wars like I am, got me super excited when I saw the first image. Like, because all of a sudden I was like, oh crap, that's Master Dawaba. And the hubby looked at me like, wait, what? And then one of the clones runs in, Master Dawaba, and I'm just like, yes, it is her, yes. And like, I'm getting like all excited, and he's just like, what's going on here? You'll see. We're about to meet Caleb, I bet you. And he's like, Caleb comes running around the corner, just like, yes, because I know way too much Star Wars. But it was great, because the way they did it, if you don't know who any of these people are, you don't need to. It was just a nice little Easter egg that's where our story started. If you're not familiar, Caleb Dunn is Kanan Jarrus's real name from Star Wars Rebels. He was Padawan to Jedi Master Dawaba, and we actually open with them. And they brought Freddie Prinze Jr. back to play little boy Kanan, and it was so cute. So I have a lot to say. I recorded like a 30-minute video. So I'm not going to go through that now, but I have choices for what I'm working on today. I guess that's the long and the short of it. So everybody else on screen, if you want to introduce yourself and let people know what you're working on, please do so. Everybody else, please let us know in the comments, in the chats, what you're working on today.
I'm Kat, and I'm working on a planner. So I probably won't work on it the whole time because I do have some writing I need to do. So yeah, and I have other things I should work on too. But I don't care. Oh wait, no, I don't have schoolwork.
What is life
The
now?
moment of realization brought to you by Cat Leo. Oh, that's just wonderful. Like relief is just flooding your face right now. Like that's kind of magic.
It's perfect.
Mind you, like at the end of this, towards the end of June, I have one class that I have to take because that SWS credit evades me.
So close.
You'd think the school would know these things. Mhm.
So hi, my name is Megan. I write contemporary literary fiction, and I'm going to be working on my outline, trying to figure out what happens next in my story. So we shall see.
And it sounds like Carrie was taken away by the little human for a
No, she's in the
moment.
living room
Ah,
on the other side of the gate. But I'm Carrie. I'm a mom and a writer, and I'm making dinner right now.
Yummy.
I have not figured out exactly how we want to use this on the stream yet. And for anybody who has seen my video that I put out yesterday on my camp breakdown has gotten to see a glimpse at our new friend. But we now have a cheerleader.
Yay!
It's so adorably cute. I am so happy with this. If you are interested in this artist, this is Kate Who Paints on Instagram. Definitely check out her stuff. I know that I am terrible at cute, and I've seen her art, and I was like, she can do cute. I know she can do cute. And so I contacted her, and she did both this and the new cover for the podcast, which will be coming out later this week. And I am so thrilled. So for all of y'all who banded together to create the Charleader, we now have the Charleader right here. I am so happy about it. I don't know exactly how, like I said, I want to use it. I did, where is it? Add it just in case I wanted to use it as one of my audio avatars.
Nice.
So that is a way. I kind of want to find a place to put it on screen. So I thought about maybe making an overlay where a couple different overlays with it in different positions, depending on how many people are here. So like right now, it would be fine to have it like right here in the middle of the screen between all of us, just kind of like hanging out there because it wouldn't really cover anybody up. And then have like a version of it in the various corners so that depending on how many people are here, we can just like sneak it in somewhere. But I haven't gotten around to doing that. I might actually play around with that a little bit tonight too. But I am so thrilled. And this thing would not exist without y'all because y'all came up with it. So thank y'all so much. Look what you have wrought into this world.
Also, you have all probably seen Kate Who Paint, considering she's my roommate.
This is true.
Who's not home right now.
Now, is it Kate with a C or a K?
C.
Gotcha.
C-A-I-T Who Paint. So.
Oh, that's not far enough
I have a
down.
character in my book series that spells her name that way.
Nice. So let's take a look at the chat and see who all is here. Hello, Laura. How are you doing? Who's so ready? I hope I'm ready. I don't know. I had a panic attack this morning, and you know, it's me being me. So I'm trying to be ready. Hello, Diana, and if I remember correctly, Alexander.
Yes,
The
Alexander.
cute doggy.
Cutest
How
puppy.
are you doing today? I hope all is well. You have to do some dishes and then you will join. Alrighty. only because we need to clean out the oven tomorrow during your support. It's ghastly. Ovens get like horrifying, like all ovens. No matter what you do, no matter how careful you are, they will find a way. Grime will find a way. I firmly and truly believe this. Alrighty. Hello, Eva. How are you doing today? I am so glad that you are here. Hello, Jules. How are you doing? You made it before the intro ended. Woohoo!
Woo!
Yay! Hello, Yaza. Ooh, Pink Ducky today. Let's see. Is this your first time seeing that epic intro? I hope you like it. I love the intros that I have for this channel. I feel really vain every time I let myself think that and say that, but I do. I really like them. Thank you. Hello, Adrian. How are you doing today? And thank you. Let's see. I fictionally booked. Candles was finally delivered today. Ooh, yay. Time to read it for inspiration. For your book, of course, you weirdos. We'll see if I actually read this book or if I do something else. I don't know. I'm in a very place today. So I don't know. Hello, Greg. How are you doing? I hope all is well with you. Hello, Allie. How are you doing? Thank you so much. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Like right here, I can touch it. It's right here. So happy. I'm hoping other people like it. I love this world, and
I haven't started reading the thing yet.
No rushes. If y'all aren't following her already, Allie does wonderful sprints at the same time I do, but on Tuesdays and Thursdays. She also does sprints on Saturday morning, and her energy is infectious. Yesterday, she had Sako on, and that was just Sako with her good luck charms. So many double donuts.
Yes.
So all the double donuts. It was amazing.
I would like to state that when you said Tuesdays, I was like moving a Tuesday around.
I'm
like,
watching you.
I mean, you were earlier.
True. Very true. Food is almost here. Ooh, steak burritos.
Where?
Is that for a vampire cannibal? Let's see. Still working on chapter 4 of your sci-fi novel. Sci-fi can be tricky to write, but you'll get there. You will get there. Webpage things, Canva things, some digital organization on your list for tonight. But my brain is already about done for the day. Yeah, mine's not done for the day. It's just done with everything. Like, I'm done. I'm just done. Like, I tried to take yesterday off. Like, this was my first mistake. I tried to take yesterday off, kinda-ish. Like, I did some work stuff, but I tried to take yesterday off. And every time I tried to load a game, the game would either crash or something, or there's just one thing after another. It was just like, yeah, I get it. Now is not the time for Gremlins. Let me have my games. Especially because they added a new play mode to No Man's Sky, and I want to try it out. I don't like that you have to start a new character to do it, though, because I spent so much time building my character up and getting them to look exactly the way I want to. But I wanted to give it a try. And it wasn't their fault it was crashing. It was all my computer. So,
warning for everybody with headphones, because she's in the next room. If she suddenly starts to raptor screech, I will mute as soon as I possibly can to save your ears. But
hello, Allie. Allie Cat? How are you doing? Just came in from another writing stream. I hope that all is well with you. Still working on Chimera Moon. I don't know if I can tell you enough how much I love that name, Jules. That is just amazing. You're hoping to get another 1 to 2K tonight, somehow, some way. Dictation. I find if I need to get a lot of words, dictation. Don't let yourself think about it. Just speak the words into existence and move on.
I should be either writing or working on an outline because considering I made 4 book covers, I should write the books.
I am so glad that you love the mascot. I think the cheerleader is so cute. By the way, that one is Sputters. That one has a name. I have already told Caitlin I'm thinking about having her do a second one that would have more of the brand colors, the purple skin maybe, and then I would let you all name that one because my podcast fans actually named the blue dragon Sputters back in the day because they thought that the dragon should have a name. And
They were
they
right.
thought it was funny because he sputters fire. Get it? Sputters.
Yes.
When he talks, he's got a fire coming out of his mouth. I was like, oh, that's so cute. Thank you. It is so cute. Isn't it so cute? Yes. I am going to get some stuff up on the Redbubble soon with it on there. That might actually, that's another thing to add for the list of maybe I will do some of that tonight because I keep meaning to do it. I was so focused on getting that manuscript done, like the rest of the world like did not exist. It was just get that done. Picture in your head was hilarious. That's funny. You should make a cheerleader into a subscriber button at the bottom of the video.
Ooh, yeah. That's a
Yeah.
good
I
idea.
gotta look into how to do that. That would
It's not
be
that hard.
really cool. That would be really cool.
It's super easy. Just go to your YouTube studio. It'll tell you the size that you need it to be and everything.
Alrighty, definitely.
And then Eva later down asked if it can become a Twitch sticker.
Definitely. I just need to get to partner.
Well,
I'm not
affiliate.
partner, to affiliate, which I'm not that far away over there. So anybody who wants me to do more stuff on Twitch, just let me know because I do want to start doing maybe a just chatting stream over there. Because that's the other thing that I decided is the extra streams that I'm going to add are probably going to be Twitch only. So I'm probably going to do a just chatting stream over there because I think that would be fun. And I actually follow a lot of just chatting streams over on Twitch. And I also kind of want to do some game stuff over there, especially like once I started fooling around with the new game mode in No Man's Sky. They do drops for people who watch the stream. So people who play the game while watching me play the game might get free stuff for in-game for their games. So I thought that could be a fun thing to play while I'm trying to figure out how everything works. Because oh, No Man's Sky, you're wonderful and you're frustrating. All in one, you're amazing. Plus, I'd like to do some Valheim stuff over there. With quarantine. Ooh. Government to be approved. Yay. See, that sounds like an amazing and fun story. Can the trait leader become a Twitch sticker? Yes, we're going to work on that. Woo. Clicking everything wrong. Hello, Devin. How are you doing today? Thank you for linking Allie's channel. She's doing Tuber Tuesdays where she's having a co-host from AuthorTube on, and in the next couple weeks, I'm going to be co-hosting on her stream, and at some point, she's going to appear on mine.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very excited about that. The whole story. Ooh. Let's see.
I like that.
Typos.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny. That is kind of funny.
We'll have to add that one to the list.
We'll have to add that to the list. Yay, CB.
Welcome back, CB.
Hello, Chloe. How are you doing today? I hope all is well. Yes, today is Cinco de Mayo, which
Hooray!
I had to be reminded about, which you think would be easy since yesterday was May the 4th be with you. But, you know, my brain.
You could call today Revenge of the 5th. I've heard that pops around.
Yeah,
Here.
it really feels like Revenge of the
I'm
Fifth.
using that as an excuse to one day have a Star Wars birthday party.
Alrighty. So before we get into the stream, I've done these before a couple times on stream, and we were talking about it last week about maybe doing it more often. I thought we could just do a quick little meditation to try to help us get relaxed, because a lot of us really stressed out during camp. A lot of us have a lot of things going on in our lives right now that are extremely stressful. So I was going to take two meditations that I really like to do together and kind of mash them up. One is designed to give you more space in your mind between you and your troubles so that you can get some perspective and some psychic distance. And the other one is a basic compassion practice. And I will say that during them, because I'm so used to doing them in my solitary practice, I'm probably going to say I during them. Just that I is for all of us. So before we get started, if you just want to take a deep breath in through your nose and out through your mouth, just to cleanse everything out, just and if you're in a place where it's safe to do so, maybe close your eyes or find something, a fixed point about 6 feet away that you can focus on and keep your eyes there and just relax, steady your breathing. And we're going to start by kind of just thinking about our lives, our days, and everything that's going on. And we're going to bring each one to mind and try to get a little bit of distance. So, I behold and know my pain. I am not my pain. I behold and know my stress. I am not my stress. I behold and know my anxieties. I am not my anxieties. I behold and know my suffering. I am not my suffering. I am the witness. I am the knower. May I be free of suffering and the causes of suffering. May I be filled with joy and the causes of joy. May my family be free of suffering and the causes of suffering. May my family be filled with joy and the causes of joy. May my friends be free of suffering and the causes of suffering. May my friends be filled with joy and the causes of joy. May the stranger be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May the stranger be filled with joy and the causes of joy. And then the hardest one to do. May my enemies be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May my enemies be filled with joy and the causes of joy. Take a deep breath. If you closed your eyes, be careful opening them, not to open too quick. If you feel like doing a little stretch, maybe do a little stretch. And I feel like I should say, because some people get confused by that last one, it is not joy if you are relishing in the suffering of others. So by wishing your enemies joy, that means that they need to find a place of happiness. And maybe even stop being an enemy. Alrighty, I hope that helped center you. I know I feel a lot calmer and more centered in and of myself. We're going to try a couple different meditations on this channel and see what we like to do, because I think it's good to get a little distance in our minds and get a little mindfulness flowing through us. You're welcome. I don't think we take the time for ourselves nearly enough. And like I like to say, self-care is productivity for writers. And we need to embrace that wholeheartedly. Alrighty, so I figured we could use a little unicorn timer. And
Apple cider vinegar doesn't go bad, does it?
all vinegars can go rancid. If it should have kind of a fruity sour smell to it. If it has a musty smell, it's gone bad.
No, we're still good.
It'll also generally
This had a sell by date by last April.
it'll also generally get cloudy when it goes bad, but
Yeah, it looks good.
generally speaking, because we've had people give us like, oh, I found this like old bottle of fancy vinegar here. You take it, you're chefy people, and usually if it's gone bad, you don't have to ask. At least in our experience, when you open it, you're just like, oh. It'll also have a weird, almost, I don't think alcoholic's the right term, because Acetobacter actually eats alcohol, and that's what makes vinegar. But it's got a weird, acrid smell. Hello, Chandra.
Hello. How are y'all doing?
I'm doing a little bit better now after that. I was going to put this up for 15 minutes. So, before we run off into this, how are you doing today?
I'm struggle busing. I just got my hi, thank you. I just got my second dose of the Moderna vaccine at lunch, and then I messaged everyone at work to let them know that I would not be back. So I just woke from the most intense, sort of sleep,
And just remember, for anybody who has trouble getting off work after your vaccine, the government will actually give you a tax credit for giving people paid time off for getting the vaccine. So remind your employers of that. You should be getting a paycheck, and they should not be having to pay for that. Like, the government should have that covered.
That is good to know, because I was useless. And my boss is awesome, so it wasn't a problem. And we planned for it and everything. So, but yeah, I'm still a little bit, slept on me for 5 hours straight. I'm not okay.
Because that was a part of the COVID relief bill that they signed in to law. So, alrighty. Like I said, I don't know what I'm working on today, because one, I have way too many things and not enough simultaneously. My life is magic that way. So I'm going to set it for a 15-minute timer just to get started, kind of a warm-up. Let's get in this. I'm going to stay with my ice blue just because I know Megan's going to say.
Purple!
Green!
No!
Oh, that shouldn't crack me up as much as it does. Alrighty. Let's get started in this. Make sure that you have something to hydrate with. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. And we are going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go!
You took away the timer.
Yeah, I forgot to share the audio. It was the orange one.
It's not orange.
I won.
You won.
It's
It's
okay.
been a while.
Green was so close.
Close but no cookie.
Oh my. So I kind of watched a little bit of a video on YouTube and I went, oh yeah, I've got a video that I was making for the YouTube. Huh. And so I started started trimming down my, I don't even know what to call it. It's a discussion about the pilot episode of The Bad Batch. It's about both the Star Warsiness of it and how I really like some of the things that the writers did. So hopefully y'all like this kind of video from me. It's different. What did y'all end up doing?
I just want to say that Megan and I did not plan this. This was completely independent decision making on both of our parts. It just worked out this way. I worked on uploading. I took a bunch of pictures and I shot a couple of videos last night. And so I was uploading all of my pictures to Canva so I can start making thumbnails and uploading the videos. And since I do all of my stuff in a single take, I'm just gonna trim them.
I pretty much do. I do everything that I can to keep it under wraps, but I have a slight stammer. And when I do, especially when I do the videos, there are large pauses and places where I do that. So I try to trim it down a little bit so people don't have to deal with my weird stares out into nowhere.
I probably should. It takes so much time to upload it into my editing stuff, edit, and then render, and I'm just like, I hate this. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I don't care what anybody says. So that's kind of where I am with editing. I did edit that one vlog, but I feel like that's going to be the exception rather than the rule for me. Otherwise, I would never make anything, and that's not an option either.
I'm just using iMovie on my laptop and dreaming of the day that I've got some extra cash to get something a little bit fancier so I can do some of the effects that I really would like to do. But then again, as you can see from my last video, for anybody who watched it, maybe I shouldn't have access to too many effects. I tend to play with them. Do strange things. I started to set that process up, and then I'm also reading something for somebody, y'all. So the fun thing is, of the people that are here, she is probably the only person who understands the weird witchy woman on all of my graphics, because that's Mother Soteria from the book that she's
Okay, can I just say I'm obsessed with Mother Soteria?
Me too. I love her so much. That's why, if you go to my merch store, it's nothing but Mother Soteria merch right now, because I am so obsessed with her. I know her whole backstory, her whole history, and everything between her and her husband and the kids, and the whole thing. And I know about her hippie years. Yeah, I love her so much. I probably shouldn't, because she's a blood-sucking monster, and I actually wrote a story that I was going to do for I was going to put up on the channel for Halloween, that is basically her people's version of Halloween. And I read it and I was like, I've done a lot of gothy things lately. Maybe this would turn people off, because there's a lot of bloodletting in that story. maybe this is not, maybe not yet.
So I read a series. Hi, Peppers. I read an anthology, and the primary complaint that I saw in the reviews was that it was too morbid. And I was like, first of all, y'all people need to get up out these comments. I became a Goodreads author for the author, like on their behalf. I didn't say anything, but I was like in that vibe, you know?
Yeah.
And I was just like, did you not read? It's like a classic original dark fairy tale, but modern. But it's written in the style of the original ones. And I was like, I don't understand what the problem is. Anyway, I got a little bit heated about it. if you like stuff like that, I have the name of it somewhere. Just ping me, or I'm gonna post something about it because it was so good. It's 5 short stories. But I say all that to say, I like the morbid, I like the dark, I like the gothic, and more please.
And it was also one of those things, like, then the only 2 stories that would be up on the channel is Gray's confirmation story, which is, ooh, look, here's how they get tortured at the age of 15. And oh yeah, and every now and then they do this bloodletting ritual just for fun and bring all the dead up from the crypt and let them have a party. Maybe I should put something in between those.
I was also thinking how different our culture is compared to other cultures, because there is a culture where they bring their family members back every year on a specific day and clean them, change their clothes. Like,
yep,
it's a thing. So
I thought you were going to start talking about the Mexican Day of the Dead with the food offerings and.
there's that.
I remember learning about that in high school.
There are a few cultures that do mummify their dead and keep them around the house.
Yeah. Oh, so she knows never.
So, what did anybody else end up working on?
There was
I
a dog
honestly-
sitting on me.
I honestly don't remember. Like I went and got a snack and I did the dishes, but that shouldn't have taken me that long. So there must have been something else in between.
it was
And
only
I'm just
15 minutes.
forgetting.
Yeah, it was only
Yeah, but
15.
dishes don't take that long. I just had to take them out of the dishwasher. Maybe it
Oh,
was,
that takes me forever.
I
I have them all organized so that I can take them out. Because I have a chronic illness. It's really painful for me to go up and down. So I have it set up so that everything is put away by the drawer or the dish that it goes in. So I just grab all of them together and put them away, and it saves me trips. It's very convenient.
Are you talking to somebody?
Hi, Meadow.
Hi, Meadow.
And yeah, editing could be really, really tricksy, especially when I do a malaprop, because I will often catch myself doing either a malapropism or just completely forgetting a word and doing like every word in the English language between the word I said initially and the word that I wanted to get to. And that could take some time to narrow that down and be like, wait, what was I saying again? Like, you got to watch that a couple times and be like, which one of these words was the right word? Wow, options.
That is so valid, though.
I've
I
looked at,
finished cooking the meat for this. Oh, sorry.
no, finished cooking.
I finished cooking the meat for the sloppy joes. Now I'm going to spend the rest of the night cutting and cooking these gigantic potatoes for fries.
Yay, potatoes. I'm so excited about those potatoes.
Sloppy joes sound really good.
I have
Yeah.
to be careful
I
when I
haven't
say that
had-
word because somebody is a lord of. He
Lord of
recognizes the
potatoes?
he recognizes the McDonald's bag because of the fries.
I love that so much.
That's amazing.
CB with the 248 words. Yay, that is awesome. Let's see. You boiled water for both pasta and tea and wrote about 100 words. We had pasta last night. I had the leftovers for lunch, and it was one of those rare pastas that I don't know that it was leftover worthy.
Oh,
No.
that's always
Almost
disappointing.
Yeah, the hubby made a pasta with clam sauce last night and put seafood and stuff in it because he knows I really like that, and it didn't reheat well.
Oh,
But I might have messed it up. I don't know. It was all in the middle of my like not having a good day portion of my.
How
day.
did you reheat it?
I just microwaved it because it was after.
That's your problem.
Yeah. I normally would.
That
have
was
put
your
it in
problem.
the toaster oven. Yeah, I normally would have put it in the toaster oven, but I was just like, this. I just need to consume calories, or I won't before the stream. And what kind of tea are you having? Just asking for a friend. I like tea.
It sounds like it's pasta tea, but I could be wrong.
You were so cold earlier. You had a cup of tea, and then it wasn't warm enough, so you would put the cup in the microwave. So the hubby's grandmother, God rest her, like diminutive angry soul, could not drink coffee unless it was like 3 degrees cooler than lava. So she would literally stand by the microwave, sipping her coffee, putting it back in the microwave to heat it back up, and then sip it some more, and then
oh my goodness!
not over like an extended period of time. Like if it was like colder than lava, it was too cold.
I have 2 points. One, when I waited tables, there's a lady who was like that, and it was because she had a full set of dentures and nothing felt hot. So it was the only way to like actually feel things as warm in her mouth.
Oh wow!
The second thing is I figured out what kind of tea it was. It was spaghetti.
Yeah.
Can't do a rim. That's the closest I can do without having drumsticks and a cymbal back here.
So sorry, and I am done.
Go outside. I will return shortly.
All right.
Okay.
I love how Grumpy Cat dissolves
It's
the
going to
Grumpy
be a
Cat.
time-consuming process, so I had to my back was killing me.
Diana with 175 words. That is awesome. That is so cool. Finished your Frankenstein short story today. That's awesome. 1,036 words total. That is awesome. That's really exciting. We have a quote from CB. After our first Transfigurations lesson, I realized that I was wrong about Professor McGonagall. She didn't just dislike me. She hated me because I couldn't, for the life of me, for the life of my figure out why. Ooh. Why would McGonagall not like him? Does that sound too a little bit. I likes it though. She's alive. The words rang in her ears. Who was alive? Were they talking about her? Of course she was alive. But then why did she feel so heavy and strange? The metal beneath her started to tilt, levering her into a standing position. The weight of her body shifted. She could feel her organs falling into place. Something was not right. Girl. Yes.
So the song from Sweeney Todd just like popped into my head.
Which one? There's a lot of songs from Sweeney Todd.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I also have to make the face to do the song. This
That
is
is
big
so-
yay.
Every time I hear Frankenstein, I think Young Frankenstein because I've seen that movie 75 trillion times.
Frau Blucher.
I've never actually seen that. So
I've also seen the musical.
do I need to do that?
As somebody who is like way too much of a Mel Brooks fan, yes,
Oh, it's Mel Brooks.
yes, Mel,
Oh,
Mel Brooks movie.
I have work to do.
Yes, yes, it is so good in all the possible ways. It just hits
Even
all
in
the right
Black
notes. I wonder if somebody likes Sweeney Todd. I can't. Your comments are very ambiguous, Laura. I really can't tell from this. I can't tell.
I've also seen
Yes, be more specific.
do you know Mel Brooks adapted Young Frankenstein into a stage musical like
Yes.
10 or so years ago? Maybe a little more than that. Yeah.
I'm such a big fan of like so much of his work because he had it takes a lot to be sarcastically funny that consistently. And I mean, just like the whole thing, like as a kid who grew up being forced to watch all of the westerns that my parents thought were the greatest things ever, I'll never forget watching Blazing Saddles for the first time and being like, oh, he gets it. That's why these are bad. Like, just like.
So I
Spoke to
never
snarky
seen
me.
Blazing Saddles until I was 23-ish. And someone was like, come watch a movie with me. And then I was like, why have I never seen this before? I also it's funny because I'm strangely obsessed with westerns. Like when I was a kid, I loved Bonanza, and I was going to marry the eldest brother. I didn't understand how that worked yet, but I was like that one I can has.
So just before they closed it to visitors, we went out to visit the Ponderosa Ranch where they filmed Bonanza and got to tour the house and everything. And it was amazing getting to see the furniture up close and personal because the actor who played Hoss was a giant and nobody else was. So like half the furniture has like these very delicate, dainty legs because era appropriate. But if you look under the tables, they have these huge reinforcement beams underneath them so that because he was also clumsy and fell and shattered several of the tables that they had. Like just because of his size, he would just like trip and like catch himself on the table and the table would just collapse. So like the amount of reinforcement they did to that set to like have somebody his size be there. Mwah. I mean, just pure chef's kiss. It was an amazing place. It was just outside of Lake Tahoe. So if you've ever been to Lake Tahoe and you thought to yourself, hey, this looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? If you've ever seen Bonanza, you've seen Lake Tahoe because that's where it was filmed. Right there.
Adam was the eldest brother, right?
Yes. Adam was the
Okay.
eldest.
Yeah.
And
I didn't like the young one.
I gotta deep fry these and it's gonna get loud.
all right.
All right.
And I should probably talk with my family. But, they're here.
Don't tell them I said that.
Well, hi, Mom.
I'm really good with families.
I'll try and catch the end.
All righty. Have the fun. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Yeah. Young Frankenstein is a classic. It's even funnier if you speak German because the name of one of the characters in German is Lady Who Castrates Horses. And so every time they say her name, you hear a horse like making a sound of terror every time they say her name. And it's like you have to like know either German or Yiddish to get the joke. It's never explained. It's just a weird thing that happens that unless you speak either German or Yiddish, like I don't know why the horse makes a sound every time they say Frau Blucher, but they do. And it's like, that's why.
So like, unless you were like, why did you like Googling, why does the
Yeah.
horse say whatever they say? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. And of course, movie made long before there was a Google, so it's just like the ultimate inside joke. Like,
That's hilarious.
yeah, if you don't know, you don't know. It's just a weird thing that happens throughout the movie. And Madeline Kahn, can I just say, I will watch just about anything that has Madeline Kahn in it, and her. Yes, I'm just yes, all of the yes. And for anybody who isn't everybody, what is it? Everybody Loves Raymond fan. The dad on that show plays Frankenstein, so it's just it's good all the way around. Alan Rickman's just amazing in whatever Alan Rickman's in. You're back. Breakfast for dinner.
Forgot he was
Eggs,
even
bacon,
in
and
Sweet and
grits.
Todd.
That
Okay,
sounds-
so this took me straight on back because I just started watching WandaVision.
I love that movie. I love that show. I love that show. I love that show so much.
I was like, that first episode, I was like so stressed. I was like, girl, let me help you.
Oh, and it builds. It builds. And I'm just saying, I love no spoilers. Oh, so much. We got a lot to talk about when you're done.
I'm halfway.
It's so good. It's so good. Yes, Blazing Saddles is amazing. Meadow, sweetie, I know they're different genres technically, but you're writing a cowboy romance right now. So I'm very confused. Like, I get it. Cowboy romances and westerns are technically different genres, but this just hits me in a weird way.
I'm confused.
It just, Her arms were wrapped in silken bandages, sliding over the slightly catching stitches. Ooh, beneath the harsh light flooded through her eyelids, illuminating the blood coursing through them, tinting her world. Ooh, yes. It
That
is
was like a
awesome
hard
play.
left turn, and I wasn't quite ready for
It is
that.
awesome. It is an awesome play. The only westerns you've seen are Calamity Jane and Annie Go Get Your Gun in Oklahoma. Those aren't bad. As far as modern westerns go, I really like The Missing. I think
Oh,
that's
that one's
really
so good.
Yeah, I think that one's really, really good. I have a lot of feels about a lot of earlier ones. Trust me, if Clint Eastwood or John Wayne was in it, I've seen it at least 22 times because of my dad. So
That is valid.
I have feels about a lot of them.
I don't know if this qualifies as a Western, but I loved The Magnificent Seven, the 1960s version.
Yes. It definitely counts as a Western, and it's a very good adaptation of The Seven Samurai.
Yes.
Ooh. Okay, if you have seen Silverado,
Yes.
No.
that was one of my favorites.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to write that down.
I've been obsessed with that like since the very first time I saw it. I was just like I watched it again and again and again.
Those are all good. I'm a sucker for the a good spaghetti western. I love Fistful of Dollars, A Few More Dollars, and The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Oh yes, that's
Like,
good.
Those three. Like Clint Eastwood is problematic AF, but those movies are so good. And if you don't want to deal with Clint Eastwood, just watch Yojimbo and Sanjuro, which are the same movies but in Japanese and with samurai.
What about The Quick and the Dead?
Wait a minute, I have seen that.
I really like that one.
I got a file not found, so I don't know what I found.
I think it's Sharon Stone and Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh yeah. See, I have weird feels about Leonardo DiCaprio. I have never enjoyed a film with Leonardo DiCaprio in it.
Spoiler alert, but he dies if that makes you feel better.
Doesn't he die in everything?
So true.
Oh, my brain just cried. Okay, but what about Django?
Okay, so I was watching some reviews of Shadow and Bone because I'm debating whether or not I want to post a review of Shadow and Bone because I had feels about that. Mm-mm.
I only finished
And-
first episode so far.
Mommy's on her way.
I rather enjoyed one because she went on like a 10-minute screed about how unrealistic the movie is because there's a scene where two people are saved by a door floating on the cold sea, and as we all know, that's physically impossible. It took her completely out of the show. It was so unrealistic. She doesn't care how much magic anybody has. A door can only save one person from drowning in an ice cold sea. And she just went off on this one moment. And I'm just like, sweetie, your rant is better than the show was.
That's hilarious.
It made me so happy. Because, yeah. Magnificent Seven was very, very, very good. The show just wasn't bad. We should probably do another sprint. We've been... Jules, you're dawdling. It's catching. It's why I said earlier, like, I am not offended at being called a dawdler because yeah, same. Righty, let's go back over here.
I would just like to state that the entire time that I took this dog outside, he sat there in the grass shivering.
Relatable.
So I took my dog out this morning. Sorry, quick story. It's very funny. I took my dog out this morning, took her around. She has two spots, one where she will go number one for number two. And these are like her spots. So it's like very consistent. I just know once we make it to those places, she will do what she has to do very quickly. It's wonderful. So I get back, my neighbor's out, and he has his dog out, and his dog's 1, mine's 4, so they play together. They play quite nicely together, and his yard's fenced in. So we just take a couple minutes, he and I catch up, and let the dogs play with each other. And my dog, they just tear off. Like, as soon as they're both off their leashes, they just... Now, mind you, I've already been to her spots. So all of a sudden, she just pauses by the fence and just starts to go again. And I'm like, oh, it's so nice of you. Twice, 10 minutes in the neighbor's yard. You shouldn't have.
It's a gift.
It really was. So the bottom line is there's just no graceful way to pick up after your dog in front of your neighbor. You're just like...
No, there is not. And yes, Quickly Down Under is a lot of fun. How are you doing today, Laura?
I'm doing all right. I'm still working, but everything that I have to do is on the farm, so I just have to sit here watching for errors and resume my renders for the next hour. So might as well.
Yeah. The reason I'm having like a really nervous day today is my dog is not wanting to go upstairs, which has got me worried about her, but she's fine jumping into the chairs. So I think she's caused like a thing. She does a thing where she thinks the floor is lava and she can only walk around certain parts of it. And I'm wondering if she like freaked herself out about stairs. Like maybe she got stung by a bee or a wasp. We have those around here, like in abundance. And she's freaked out about stairs because she can get up on the chair, which is like 4 times the size of a step. Easy. But she doesn't want to do steps. And
I've been stung by a wasp.
Ouch.
Made me never want to wear a bonnet again.
yeah.
Be in a bonnet?
No, no,
I
not a bonnet,
literally
not a
was
bonnet.
wearing a bonnet, and it flew in, and it stung me right there.
Mhm.
Oh,
I was like, it could have been my eye.
oh.
Feel that. I
Ooh.
feel that.
I'm
All right.
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So do y'all want to do 20 or 25?
25,
Ooh.
personally. 20 is too short.
Since you're often arguing for the 20, I'm just going to jump in on the 25s because
No, I just argue against the 30s.
true.
Where's Devin?
Very
He's
true.
5.
Yes, Devin with a 75.
You know, on a day like today, I could definitely do a 75 and maybe get a good meditate in. That actually, yeah, I'm either going to edit this video or I'm just going to do a meditation during this one. I don't know which because my brain is on fire.
Good news,
And I
the
don't
dog
like
not puke.
That is
That's-
good news.
That's why I was like, no, not on the carpet.
So I'm going to go with the regular blue one because Frosty Blue has let me down for the last time.
I
Orange.
mean, in all honesty, it's almost purple.
Purple.
Alrighty, y'all. I want you to make sure that you are taking care of yourself. Make sure that you're hydrating. Don't drink everything that's not water. Have water in there. Mix it in. It's very good for you. It keeps you from like having all kinds of problems. And save your work, please, 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 please. Save your work. Don't feed the gremlins. They have enough. They took my games away from me last night. They took everything. Don't let them have your words.
Poor Charlie.
I
I
just
want to play Stardew Valley.
All I wanted to do. All right.
Hey, you don't have school anymore. Might as well.
And I can think about things while I'm playing it. So, hey.
I'm tempted to play Stardew Valley now.
Hey.
Alrighty, let's get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go! I literally backed the right horse.
Impressive.
I was just siding with the wrong blue horse the whole time.
Apparently.
Apparently. Oh my goodness. So if you hear noises in the background, the hubby came home early because he's going to help me check on the dog because I don't know what to do about all that. And he's going to help me keep an eye out on her because I don't know. She doesn't seem to be in pain.
That's good.
But I think she freaked herself out. The brain trust of the chat and the people on screen, we wonder if she might have gotten stung by a bee on a step or a wasp.
That's what I'm thinking.
And
She got stung,
she's thinking,
and she's freaking out over it. Well, trying to freak out because
yeah,
with the CPD,
Yeah.
that may be why she's not totally freaked out.
yeah. Because I don't know. Anywho, he's going to help me keep an eye on her, and we're going to figure out what to do because dogs are lovely and vets are not cheap. So I don't know. And money is tight. So hopefully everything's okay because this is that moment of just like I don't know what to do with myself right now. I did spend that sprint working more on the video, editing that video, and it does look like I do weird lighting effects because I filmed it today, and because of the autocorrect on my camera as clouds rolled by, like the color in the room changes slightly. And like a couple times, it almost like breathes a little bit because the light dimmed and brightened in the room, but the camera is desperately trying to keep everything at the same level of brightness. So there are times when the wall gets a little purple and then comes back, and like camera did not know what to do with the clouds. I'm just saying. So that's what I did. What did the rest of y'all end up doing?
I ate the blizzard that Caitlin brought me.
Ooh.
Nice.
That sounds really
Yummy.
good.
And we're trying to see, because Logan's really tiny and like smaller than he should be. So we're trying to see if we can get him like we got him smaller kibble, because like his kibble was the size of his mouth. Basically, like he could eat it, but it's like that's too much effort to eat food. Like I don't want to do that effort, and I'm a human and like a grown adult. And then we also got him like wet food. So we're gonna see if he'll eat it because he's just like and walks away.
My giant brother has a tendency to have itty bitty dogs, like teeny tiny, like you can hold in one hand, even in his giant hand, like they look small dogs. And he usually has to give them some kind of wet food.
Would it be sad if she sat on the bee and thought her leg was broken?
Oh, I can see her doing that.
Because she's deranged enough to think that.
Yeah.
You went ahead and presented her belly, and I worked the legs. And her legs are good.
Yeah, I felt all over her legs. I squeezed them. I bent the joints, because I figured if something was wrong, she'd yelp. She'd pull it back.
She's been nervously chewing on her left foot a bit much, but I could see her sitting on a bee thinking her butt's broken.
I can see her sitting on a bee and thinking her butt's broken. You have the world's most neurotic dog. I tell you no lie.
Your dog's a hypochondriac?
Yes.
Yes.
Like when I talk about her thinking the floor in the living room is lava, she literally thinks the floor in the living room is lava. When we got the new furniture, it blocked the path that she normally walks to get to the door, and she did not know what to do. Like there was no way. She needed to go out, she needed to walk, and she just stood there kind of walking back and forth and looking up at us like the room's broken, like the whole room is open, like there's like 5-6 feet of space she could walk through. That's fine, that's clear, that same floor. It's not even like she walks on the rug or something. No, this is the same floor all the way across the room, but the path she takes is blocked. What am I going to do? How am I supposed to get to the door? This does not work. So eventually he got the chain down, and he clicked the link, and she was just like, and she jumped into the chair and over the chair so she could continue on this path that she wanted to take, even though there was a chair there.
So I feel like this is a dog thing where they all have their own very specific weirdness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because Piper does anytime she thinks something is going to hurt, she yelps. And I did this thing because she always bows like to stretch. And so I had something in my hands and I was just like, oh my gosh, this is adorable. So I like do this weird like sumo squat thing where I bend over to kiss the top of her head while she's like in her bow. It's a whole thing. So like one day she kind of does that, but I'm laying on the couch, so I can't do that. And I roll over, grab her nose and like pull it over to give her a kiss on the top of the head. And she like shrieks. And then she realizes that I'm just going to give her a kiss. And she's like, oh, okay. Like, I didn't hurt her. She just thought, like, oh, this is going to hurt. And she just shrieked. So I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. And she's like, no, this is fine. You're fine. It's fine.
Sasha's pathing is so specific and so weird. I had thought about just filming her, just moving through the living room. And then if I had better video editing skills, you all would have already had a chance to enjoy like her dodging Bernie Sanders. When the Bernie chair meme, I was going to do like a bunch of her dodging Bernie.
Because when that meme was going on, there was a spot in the floor. She decided she had to literally walk a circle around it every time when she went around the room. And we're like, what? You need to get around Bernie? Is Bernie in your way? Because she would walk straight up and then she would literally make a circle, like not even like go around, like a full loop around and go on instead of through. And I'm just like
a roundabout?
Yeah. Because the cats have taken advantage of this. Sometimes they'll attack her and take off running, and they run normally across the room, and she's got to do this weird path, and they know that they have the time of a weird path to get away. Or sometimes they'll dodge back into the weird path and cut back across the room just to drive her crazy. And it's, she's very neurotic about that.
Yeah, I every
dogs
dog
have OCD.
Yeah, I if they can't, whoever said that is wrong because she does.
She does.
Like her internal chronometer is better than ours. She knows when it's time to get up. She knows when it's bedtime. And God help you if you decided to stay up late.
I decided to tell her these were the times she gets to go out to go to the potty, and she'll tell us.
Yeah, we don't have to watch the clock anymore. To the minute. Like,
according to the internet, yes, the dogs can have OCD.
Yeah, she'll start fussing, and every now and then she'll be like 2 minutes early, and I'll tease her about it, which I probably shouldn't tease her about it, but I would, because she's only 2 minutes off.
But, with her anxiety, that's one of the reasons why, the CBD helped me out a lot. There's a lot of studies that should say that it's helpful for dogs as well. So we got her the treats, and I'm just giving her one every other day. Because that seems to be good for her. And like, they're magic because we had really bad thunderstorms the other night, and she kind of looked up once and went, and then just like went back to her normal routine, which normally she would shake all over and just like you'd have to hold her and she'd be in a full panic, just shaking the entire time until about 2 to 3 hours after the last thunderstrike. Like, thunderstorms were really, really bad. So I know that these have helped with that because, again, vets are expensive. Like, I love my dog, but I can't afford my medicine. So I can't really afford doggy medicine, And I don't know what to do because I don't want her to suffer. But she's a really sweet dog, and she gets things stuck in her head sometimes, and it takes a while to work through it. And I'm wondering if that's what this is. Because I don't know. I also have a very morbid mind, so like anything goes wrong, and my first instinct is everyone's gonna die. But I get that from my mother because that's what she tells me 3-4 times a day. I love my mom. So I just assume that's the answer to all things. It's just like, oh, you have a cold. You're gonna die. You're gonna get pneumonia and you're gonna die. Like, that's not how health works, mother.
I mean, according to my grandmother, yes, it is. So I get that. like my first safety lesson was like, do not run in the house with scissors. If you run in the house with scissors, you will fall, you will stab yourself, and you will die. 100%. That's it. No other option. Emergency services, what is that?
I get so mad anytime the news talks about a new disease or new findings about a disease, because it's just a matter of time. Like, I have to keep up on this and I have to stay well studied, because it's only a matter of time until my mother will call me and tell me why I have it. Because she has hypochondria by proxy. Ooh, did you get time? Ooh.
Yo, I just realized that the last flower has fallen off of my.
Oh,
Orchid.
So now I'm just growing sticks.
So relatable. There's a reason I stopped trying. I just stopped trying. I literally have that plant that you can't kill, and I've proven it. Like,
You should
Yeah.
get more of
We know
those
why you
and
have
make a
pig-
river of sticks.
Okay, it's happening. It's happening. I'm not even going to talk about it. If people weren't here, they will not know. It's just going to spread across the back of my desk. But I was also told that if
Cover the camera.
ooh, that's
Sorry,
so
he
pretty.
he went to Menards, and we had a whole bunch of not rebates.
Yeah, the rebates.
The rebates. So he basically got a carload worth of stuff for free from them, because nobody ever brings it back, so they're not worried. But we do.
That's
We
awesome.
got a carload worth of gardening supplies for
That's
free.
awesome.
Nice.
that's awesome.
So Megan and
Oh
Chandra
crap!
are making me want to put lipstick on.
Do it.
$150.
Do it.
Do
Join
it.
us.
My
Join us.
pasty face is just.
I don't know if you heard that.
waste.
He said he got $160 worth of stuff for free,
And,
Wow.
and
That's
he's still got a $17 rebate left
Well,
that
yeah, send in again.
that we got to send in and get. So yeah, like if
Nice.
anybody can master this, like free stuff, like oh my
Kat, I'm
goodness.
not saying red is the color, but
But red is the color.
Dang it, that means
Okay,
I have to find my red.
So this
lipstick.
one is Wine Wave, and then this one is Lily Lake. It's like a slightly pinker red.
Ooh, sake.
Yeah.
As the hubby goes through the room holding the bottle of sake in his hands like a pride possession. Because yes.
I'm not saying don't do what makes you happy, but I am saying like red.
See, she jumped up fine. I don't understand. I'm blaming it on the demons who wanted to set off my
Yeah.
thing today.
Is your dog perchance a rescue?
Yes. Yes
So-
and no. Her mother was hit by a car outside of a pet rescue run by a friend of ours. And they were able to save 4 of the puppies. She was pregnant at the time. And they were able to save 4 of the puppies. So, and that's where she came from.
Maybe, I don't know if Sappy is still looking for people to do adoption stories, but it sounds like you have a really good candidate for rescue with anxiety. And
Yeah, I love her so much. It's just when her anxieties and my anxieties meet.
Disaster.
I know the feeling because Dobby did that once with his litter box. He was half in, half out, and just started like this, like yowling, but it was like a yowling cry. And so I like went in and I was like, "Hey, buddy, are you okay?" He just stood there like just frozen and just kept crying. So I went and like patted him down to check because I thought maybe his fur got stuck in the 2 parts of where his like box clips together. And so I like. He's not stuck. I lift him out. I sit him on the floor. I start, patting him down, going over everything. Every time I touch his stomach, he like screams and tries to bite my hand. So now I'm in tears. I don't know what to do. I call the vet, try to get him in, get his appointment, take him to the vet. They're like, "Oh, he's fine. He's aggressively affectionate. He keeps headbutting everyone's hands, but he's totally healthy." And I'm just like, "What?" What?
He got in his mind that he was hurt, and so he was hurt.
Yep.
My previous dog was a rescue, and he had seizures, so we had to keep him with his medicine and help him if he because medicine doesn't stop them, it just spreads them out more. And so we've had quite a few rescue dogs that have needed care because I have too many maternal instincts and I don't know what to do with them.
Pets.
Yes.
More pets. All the pets.
That's been my solution. Hello, HK. I hope your translation work is going well. I look forward to HK streams. If y'all aren't following HK or just using the timers, HK streams are a delight, and I love them. I look forward to them. Ooh, I missed that. Alley Cat. Ooh, taking your exam now. Good luck, Alley Cat.
Good luck.
Good luck. Hopefully you win. You wrote.
You don't exactly win exams.
Yes, you do. I'm sorry. I want to disagree with you on this. Winning is getting to the end of the exam.
You're right.
Test anxiety. Like I said, you remember when I said the whole checkbox of anxieties? Like, I can know a subject backwards, forwards. I can talk to you about it eloquently. Like, I can write the formulas on the wall and like walk you through them. You give me a multiple choice test and tell me that I'm going to be graded on this, I will fail it.
What I love is when they give you a question where every answer is wrong.
Oh, I love
Or
them.
every answer is right.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's no all of the above.
And you get really confused. Like, do I really not actually know? And one of these has to be wrong.
I failed a test at work that I couldn't have access to my work systems, but I didn't pass this test. And I failed it because they had a question that involved information that was more correct. And I was like, all of these are bad answers. You don't know, and I was like going into details. My boss is just looking at me like.
I had my philosophy teacher for both the midterm and the final exam just gave us a sheet of paper with the word "why" on it as one of our things, and we had 45 minutes to write an essay. And being the cheeky monkey that I am, I just wrote "why not" on it, walked up and put it on the desk and walked out. I got an A on my exam. Somebody saw that I did that and did the same thing, and they got an F. And when he was like, "That's not fair. Why did Charlie get an A and I got an F on this?" And he was just like, "Because Charlie can explain to me why that's the proper answer. You can't." And
You just saw that Charlie put it.
And then it turned into an oral exam when the guy was like, "You're just being nice to your favorites." And it's like, okay, well, why not then? Okay, Charlie, why not then? And then I waxed eloquently for like 45 minutes about why not, quoting Nietzsche and Kierkegaard and all of my favorite dead French and Danish and French and German people. I even quoted a little bit of Schopenhauer just because I knew it would bring a tear to his eyes, because we both love Schopenhauer, and I pity anyone who has to read Schopenhauer. It's beautiful work if you can get through it. And he just turned to the other guy and was like, "That's why Charlie can write why not, and you can't." Because, I like those kinds of tests. But he was a cheeky teacher. He taught me how to read Old English.
I had a teacher do the same thing where we were all supposed to be writing poetry, and the only rule was we couldn't write anything specific about the teacher themselves. And I was like, I am going to break this rule and you're going to like it. And she was like, okay. And it was I can't remember the name of the poem, the kind of poem, but it was like their name now clearly states that silence in class is the best way to pass at all. And I got an A on that. Yeah, I did.
Nice.
My favorite thing that I ever did in my entire school career is we had to translate poetry in my German class, and I was in German 6 at the time. and the teacher liked my translation of Der Erlkönig by Goethe so much that she took it up to the school board, and it's the version that people read in world literature class now in the Maryland Public School District.
Oh, wow.
And
That's
I
cool.
actually worked for the school district for a little while translating German poetry into English because of that. Because
That's so cool.
Nice. Awesome.
I love Goethe. I love, and I really wanted to keep the same rhyme scheme and meter, and worked really, really hard to torture English into German rhyme schemes and meter. But it worked.
As a sidebar, I just want to say that the lipstick is slowly creeping across the screen.
All I have in here is my black one.
It's fine.
It's
And
acceptable.
the red one's in the other room, and I really want to find it. So anyway, if anybody went to public school in Maryland and you had to read either Der Knab, Die Sterne, or Der Erlkönig, I'm sorry, I did that to you. I know those were definitely mine. I don't know the other
What
ones.
can I say? But you're welcome.
I have to say though, even if you can't read German, find an oral reading of it. The rhythm of Der Erlkönig is so good because it's about a father running with his child. He's on a horse holding his child, and he sees Der Erlkönig, the elf king, the Erlking, who is one of the symbols of death, chasing them on another horse. And he's trying to save his kid's life. And it's written in such a way that he uses the rhythm of the horse hooves hitting the ground for the rhythm of the poem. So, just.
It's such a beauty. Wait. Isn't this an opera as well?
Yes. Yeah, it was turned into one.
Oh my gosh, it is heartrending.
Yes, yeah. Because it's German, so obviously it does not have a happy ending.
Which explains why I like.
Oh, so German. So not as bad as Russian stuff. Russian.
Someone was telling me, and I realized recently that I've not read any Russian literature, and I am.
Be happy. Just be happy. Don't.
Oh no, I'm going to.
If you have to, I highly recommend. I believe it's called White Nights by Fyodor Dostoevsky. It's probably my favorite Russian book, even in English. And the plot is about a person who is mortally terrified of other human beings. So he basically walks around town at night talking to people's houses and has these like made up relationships in his mind with the people's houses because he's just too terrified to actually talk to people. And then he accidentally, only in a Russian novel could you say this, then he accidentally saves a woman from being raped because he hears her screaming and just human instinct comes in and he runs over and stops the guy. And now he accidentally has a human friend and doesn't know what to do with life anymore because she's so grateful that he saved her that she's like wants to like repay him somehow. And he's just like, no, I'm fine.
No.
Back to your house.
No.
I'm sorry, but the way that you acted that out was an entire mood.
The story is very sad and very long, and it's beautiful Dostoevsky. But yeah, that's kind of my take on it. It's just like I'm glad nothing bad happened to you. Now leave me alone.
Glad you're alive. Glad you're okay, but leave me alone.
It was an accident. Instinct took over. Go away, human. Go away.
Well, I guess we know what I'm doing the rest of my life.
And I've actually wondered about that, CB, because we have a lot of weirdness in the house, but it's hard to tell. But speaking of weirdness, I am in the process. I have pulled out all the books. Like, there's an entire box over there, but like all the books to put together the new moon thing that I'm doing. So if anybody has anything that they want mentioned, let me know.
Did you see mine?
Where did you send it?
It might be in the comments.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I had a moment of I didn't see it on Instagram. I didn't see it on Discord.
I like to just put things in random places where they don't exactly belong.
Because
It don't belong here, but it's going here now.
it's going to be a thing. I did a lot of things, except
That
I feel this. I feel this deep down in my heart, like just deep down. CD with the 734 words. Snaps have for you. That is awesome. Is he really liked treats? Yeah. Yeah. See, already. Yeah, me and scissors. Like, I'm one of those people as an adult who should really have nothing but round paper and blunted scissors. Like, if there's a way, I am so clumsy. Like, I am so clumsy. Like,
Me and sharp objects are just not friends.
me and
Gotta be careful.
gravity are not friends. If there's a way I can trip, fall down, slip in my chair, like half the time when you see me turn my camera off in the middle of like while we're talking, it's because I found a way to slide down in the chair somehow, and I have to right myself, and I don't want people seeing me have to like dig out from underneath my desk because. But it's really easy to notice because you'll see my head get lower and lower and lower in frame. Then the camera turns off, and then I'm back. If there's a way to do it, I will find it. I'm good at that.
Thought you were always slouching. A little bit more.
No, Gravity and I just are really like we had a falling out a long time ago. I was like, well, to hell with you then. Douglas Adams said the secret to flight is throwing yourself at the ground and missing. Unfortunately, I'm a really good aim. So it's the dang thing. But I'm trying.
did you say that you and Gravity had a falling out?
Yes, I can tell you the day. I can tell you exactly what happened. It was June 14th, 1992. I was late for class and I was running up a flight of stairs. I tripped and Gravity decided that I should continue to fall up the stairwell. Gravity was like, I'm not going to catch you. To hell with you then. And that's how I hurt my leg, and that's how I got arthritis. We literally had a falling out.
CB, where you defy gravity.
Yeah. But not in the cool way. Like, I just want to fly.
TB, go to bed.
Good night,
You said it's bedtime.
Good night, CB.
really long. It's
Stay with me.
Yeah.
Sorry. Also, I realized that I was chewing ice without muting myself, and I am so sorry.
I couldn't hear it.
Okay, good. Okay.
Alrighty, let's get back into another sprint. I'm going to figure out which tab that is. I'm going to go check on the hubby and commiserate about weird dog stuff and maybe get back to editing my video. Make sure that you're saving yourself. Make sure you're backing it up because the gremlins are after everything. I'm going to go back. I'm going to stay with my blue, even though it won, because it won. I'm going to stay with
Green.
Purple.
Orange.
That's not orange.
Orange.
I was waiting for you to say it.
I know you turned your camera back just for that.
Also, I'm gonna call the dark blue one. It's technically purple. So
there you go. Practically purple. Let's get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sprint! Wait, what? Did I just hit a time warp, or did the blue one win again?
It won again.
I feel like you warp time. So, yes.
I could turn back time.
If I could have Cher's doctor's phone number. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the blue one won. All right. So our weird solution was to play with the dog, because if she was not feeling well, she would show it in some way. She seems fine. Like,
That's good.
Like, she did stop a couple times trying to come into the house, but she was running around. She was playing. She went down the steps and up the steps fine, and then had a moment of like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to have problems with the step. Like, on the little step into the house. So I don't know. Cat Zoom. And I went back to work and got more of the video edited that I did on the Bad Batch episode, because
He got mad at me because his toe got caught in my sweater. And he was like, put me down. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm trying. I'm trying to be helpful.
So what did the rest of y'all end up doing?
And make no mistake, I've just been watching WandaVision, so.
And well, that show so much. I am so glad Kat Dennings is back. I am so glad.
Yes.
I'm so glad. I love her character so much. Like, I can't see my beloved Thor without going mew mew every time I see the hammer. Kat, I think you're muted. I see your mouth moving, but I hear no word.
Okay. The switch on my headphones got switched on.
Like, I don't know who Kat's talking to. Wait a minute. I think it's us. Oh no!
I was having the same thoughts. You just got there faster.
Yeah. Okay. I was saying, I'm wondering if in part of why they brought her back is because Darcy Lewis has her own fandom.
I would
That's
not be
valid.
surprised.
It's called the Darcyverse.
I'm hoping that because
And
of like
stuff.
the relationship that she had in this episode with a certain superhero that we are getting to know better, we may get to see her in movies, further movies,
Yes.
because there are people that she could, because in all of my memories of Marvel Comics, that character didn't quite exist like that until she played it. But there are a lot of people that they could make her be, especially in Thor: Love and Thunder, which I am personally like waiting with bated breath for. They just better have a better reason for Jane to become Thor than the one that was in the comic, because that was boring and I hated it.
What happened to the comic?
She had the cancer, but found out but was worthy to hold Mjolnir. So while she had Mjolnir, she had all the power of Thor, and thus the cancer did not progress. And every time she put the hammer down, she started dying again.
That's awful.
Yeah,
That just rubs me the wrong way.
yeah. Sorry for spoilers on, like, I don't know, 6, 7, 8, 10-year-old comics, but
Whose idea was that?
I don't know, because they really made a big deal out of who is Lady Thor, like who is this Thor, and I was hoping it was going to be Angelica, because I love the cattiness that is Neil Gaiman. Like, he is the queen in my heart that tells me to just yell at people and be mean. Because if you don't know, he created that character for Spawn, but got into a big argument with Todd McFarlane that ended up in a 15-year lawsuit between them, because according to the contract he signed with Image Comics, if you created a character, that character was yours, not the franchise's. And Todd was like, no, that's Spawn. I own it. And they had a long fight. And as soon as like it was definitively won in Neil's favor, he sold the character for, I think, $1 to Marvel Comics just to
Wow.
spite him because of how much Todd hates Marvel.
Love that.
It's kind of amazing. That's honestly like the pettiness, but like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, yes.
Mwah.
I
And
love
so
it.
she became one of the secret sisters of Thor. Like as you do in these comics, you know, they're very soap opera. Like, oh, you didn't realize that Odin had an affair with the people over there, and you had another sister. Like it happens all the it happens all the time in these comics. So like, yeah. Oh, you didn't know that she was your sister? And I was kind of hoping.
Was Hela a sister in the comics?
Depends on the era, but
Okay.
occasionally, yeah.
I was confused.
She's
on-
supposed
to be
other
Loki's
times
daughter.
yeah.
Yeah.
It really depends on the era, because that's the thing is Marvel has been rebooted so many times. Plus, you have all of the multiverse worlds and versions. It's very hard to keep anybody like. And get ready for that to come into the movies now that they've introduced the multiverse. Yay!
Of madness.
Of madness. Can't wait for the next Doctor Strange, but I have a problem with Cumberbatch. Just saying. Couldn't not like it if I wanted to. Well, that's not true. Season 4 of Sherlock was trash, but
I really liked it. Maybe it's because I like trash. I don't
I
know.
enjoyed it.
I'm
I
fine
knew
with you.
I was watching it. There were
I
problems,
haven't watched it.
but still.
I have this magical ability to not see the problems while I'm like enjoying a
Oh,
show.
A lot
But
of it,
then I can separate that and go back and analyze and be like,
a lot of it
No.
has very little to do with the show than it does the showrunners.
mhm.
Mark Gatiss queer baited the hell out of the characters on film and basically kept queer baiting the audience through Twitter that like, is this the episode they finally get together? Is this the one? Like, and you're watching a gay writer and showrunner of a show. He can't be queer baiting us, could he? Yes, he was the whole damn time. The whole time.
Have you seen Hannibal, the TV show?
But I haven't finished it.
No.
I've seen season 3.
So good. I was just wondering what your thoughts on for queer baiting with that show.
I have a problem with Thomas Harris in general and have generally avoided anything derived from his fictional worlds.
Oh, the TV show is gorgeous.
I've
It's
heard
so
good things.
gorgeous.
And
I've
is.
heard good things, and I really like some of the actors that are in it. So if anything's going to get me to break that rule, it might be that. But
I have them all on Blu-ray.
It's also dark and disturbing, which, as we know, I love.
I love it.
What was it? I saw something on Tumblr. It was probably on Tumblr about Hannibal, and like one of the interviews they did after like the series, and everybody, like all the actors were acting like and talking like there was going to be another season because they wanted it so bad.
Yeah.
They're like, we are going to live in this until it's real. We are
During
gonna-
quarantine, there was a reunion, like a
Yeah.
Zoom reunion.
Yeah, that's when it was. They
Nice.
were all acting like there was going to be another season because that's what they wanted.
Sidebar: has everyone seen Lost Girl?
yes.
Yes. I love that show
It's
so
it's
much.
really good, so good.
The
It's,
ending just bothered me.
yes, also yes. It's still a good show. The ending was, but the show's so good.
I love what's her name?
If you like Faye and you like dark fiction, watch Lost
yes,
Girl.
and the best friend,
Yeah,
Kenzie.
she's my Kenzie. I love
Yeah,
her
Kenzie.
so much. I want to be her so bad. She's just like my life.
But after I watched that show, that's when I started to say "lerv." He was lerving another woman.
Oh, and if you just need a bisexual superhero to like rule them all,
Yep.
watch this show. Our main
Yes.
character is basically the complete I give no F's bisexual superhero of the universe. She doesn't know it, and when she finds out, she doesn't care.
She's like, "Oh, I'm supposed to follow rules. How about no?"
oh, I'm the chosen one. You chose poorly. Bye. I'm gonna go about my life. Like the hell with your prophecy.
So that was my introduction to Baba Yaga. And I feel like
Oh, yeah.
we were having a conversation about this the other day. And I saw this. Oh, it's over here.
Ooh.
Skateboard with chicken legs.
Yes.
Nice.
And she's drinking boba.
Bubble tea.
That's
I
great.
love
Yes.
it so much.
So it's Boba Yaga.
Okay. I'm going to say this because I'm really giving no spoilers to the series that I'm currently writing. It was originally inspired by the fact that I wanted to do a retelling of the Metrova version of the Baba Yaga story. The whole rivalry between Baba Yaga and Koschei the Deathless. That was how I got started down the long and winding road that ended up where I'm at now. Very little of that has remained, has survived into the existing thing. But I even got a copy of the Yellow Book of Fairies, y'all, and reread the original story because I wanted to like make sure I had all the points in there and like, why did the silverware matter? Because author said it did. I was hoping there was more. No. The author said that the silverware mattered, and the silver. Okay.
Have
And
you
how many-
seen the 2012 Hellboy movie? Not
I have.
2012.
The
20
most recent one. No, I think it's up on HBO though.
It's not 2012. I wasn't
No, it
working in
wasn't
2012. I
was
worked
either-
on it.
It was around
2019 or something.
Was it
I don't know.
2016,
Anyway,
2017?
Baba Yaga's in there.
Ooh.
Ooh. I might
It was the
need-
coolest sequence of the movie, and it had nothing to do with the main plot. And I was like, "What?
Of course not.
Okay,
Of course
you
not.
writers, like, okay, we have all these really cool sequences, and we're just gonna shove them together. Who cares about a cohesive plot?" And that's the movie.
So,
Sometimes that's nice.
Not with this one.
I will
I said sometimes.
give the warning because Chandra is actually reading the mess of a Zero Draft I wrote last year. Remnants of that story, when I realized it wasn't going to make it into the epic fantasy story, kind of bled into that one.
Oops.
And that's where it went from, I'm going to be a simple romance story to maybe they're trying to save the world from Koschei the Deathless and they're going to have to get Baba Yaga to help them. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. I've already talked to Rose City Editing about how much it would cost to get like some really good developmental edits because I love so much of that book, but it is a hot mess of ideas.
There's
So-
a lot that I'm really enjoying about it, though.
There's a lot that I enjoy. I just it really kind of goes, how about these plot lines? Like
And
it really is like the birth of a universe. Like it needs a cinematic universe to tell all the stories it's wanting to tell.
Yes. Well, we actually talked about this a little bit, and that's pretty much. I was like, so I know that you're already working on some really long series, but have you considered?
Oh,
Actually-
shiny new thing! Oh.
Well, actually, this is one of the reasons why when you were looking for something to read, I sent it to you because since I'm going to be serializing, I am going to be able to just kind of write chapters as I can. And then I got the idea of there's such different genres. I could probably, to keep myself from getting burnt out, write a couple genres in the one story and a couple chapters in the other, and keep myself going and just keep the books topped off in Vela, which hopefully works because I want to be a serialized writer. I've done it before. I loved it. I want to do it again, and I want to get paid.
I think yes. I vote yes. Vote
Random
yes.
thing. I just noticed how appropriate my shirt is for the timer you're using.
Can we see?
Because my shirt says about 1% of the world's population is A, so basically I'm a magical unicorn.
I love that. Though, yeah, I'm wearing my Iron Sentinel shirt today, which I absolutely love. It's basically the cover of the Iron Giant, but with Wolverine in the place of the kid at the bottom and a Sentinel over him. 'Cause why not? I need to get
So-
more clothes soon.
So my
go for it.
No, you go.
Okay. So I'm
Definitely you go. The cat has feels.
my reverse cannibal story has been on pause, and so I have been trying to find more inspiration to draw from, because it's like it has little sprinkles of horror, but it doesn't feel like a horror, despite that people are being eaten. And so
Casual.
I started
It's casual horror.
I started reading a cannibal serial killer book. The first page is a recipe.
That is hilarious.
It's literally called Succulent Prey.
Yes. Let me read you the back. This is a serial cannibalistic killer's wet dream come true. The author, Wrath James White, has written something beyond dark, beyond morbid.
Oh my.
What I was
Baby?
going to say before was something about how the cat was thinking about jumping over the back of my desk, which is what you kind of witnessed. This is what happens when I tell him no.
So I was working on my outline, and I realized that I have some problems because I've worked out pretty much the entire thing, what happens with Judith and how she gets her identity and stuff like that, and I have nowhere to put it in the story yet. Like,
No.
I don't know where to put it. I don't know how to put it in the story because I've set it up in such a way that there's really no good way to stick it in there. So I'm like, oh man, I'm going to have to figure this out. This is going to be a problem.
As weird as it sounds, maybe you'll find a spot to put it after you've drafted the first draft.
That's possible.
There's a type of story in the... I swear I don't just say I'm going to make videos and not make them. Like, some of these are taking like crazy amounts of research to get there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a kind of story that was for the different ways to tell a story thing that I'm working on. I believe it's the Roberto, I think is what it's called. That each act or chapter apparently begins where it ended, but it's different. So, like, if you were writing a family saga in this style, if the chapter began with a character being born, it would end with the next character being born, right?
Okay.
If the story starts with like a car crash, the chapter ends with a car crash, and then that leads whatever the event is that ensues from that becomes the inciting incident for the next thing. And it just basically does these like these circles. And yeah, and it was one of the more interesting ones that I found some stuff on, because you know my obsession with non-Western storytelling techniques.
Yeah.
And I believe if I'm remembering correctly, I just realized I don't have my notebook on here on my desk. It's not the right one. I believe it was from Peru, this particular style of storytelling, but it was really interesting. And that might be a way to sneak them in, is if you make this kind of very consistent method in your story of, you know, letting them kind of bleed into each other that way. Also, and I know you write traditional stories. I know I'm always trying to tempt you into the dark side, but have you thought about fabulism, which is what magical realism is called if you are not a Latino, Latina, or Latinx? Because magical realism has an anti-colonial bent that non-Latin writers have a really hard time capturing, and well, we shouldn't take that from them. But where these stories could literally kind of bleed and blend together. There's a wonderful book by Elizabeth Allende, which I believe it's called House of Ghosts, where literally the house is haunted by its past, but not in the sense of a ghost story, but like there will be an entire chapter that just takes place in one room, and it's kind of the history of that room over time, of different
Oh.
events that have happened in there that are just playing and replaying and replaying and feeding into each other. It's a really interesting book if you haven't read it. And like,
So a thing that just popped into my head from that, I was like, what if like somebody in like the 1900s got divorced, like a divorce like announced in that room, and then like another divorce like years later, that room just like, okay, y'all just don't have conversations in this room no more. They all ended
My brain
There's-
was 1408.
Oh, that was so good. I love that movie. There's also a show on HBO right now where it's kind of like that, but it's every episode. They're really short episodes, and they all take place in the same room. And it's just the different guests of that hotel, and like some of them are funny, some of them are like horror, and it's very dark, but it's also very interesting.
I'm not 100% sure if it was that book or not, but there's one scene that has basically, it keeps jumping back and forth between two couples that are having an argument in the same restaurant. And it's only if you're paying attention, it's one of the characters' parents back before they were born and them with their spouse.
Oh.
And it's kind of showing how like that trauma from their youth has kind of led into their life. It's a really interesting story technique that I believe that was in that book too.
That sounds really interesting, not interesting. I don't.
Yeah, if you haven't read anything by Isabel Allende, I highly recommend her stuff. I really enjoy it.
Laura, I'm liking the look.
I was gonna be like, has it progressed from these two to me to now we're down to Laura and we're just waiting for Charlie?
Yep. Yep.
And before we get into the next sprint, if you want an easy in to Allende's work, she did a retelling of the life of Zorro as a magical realism story. And really kind of paints him into the story as a folk hero. It's a really good book. And it's
Zorro
kind
the
of an
Gay Blade.
easy. It's not quite as good as Zorro the Gay Blade, but what is?
Such a fun movie.
So good, so good. George Hamilton is a gem. I'm just saying. If you've never seen Zorro of the Gay Blade, check this movie out.
Unrelated hot take. Original Sin is one of the best period pieces in my opinion. There, I said it.
Interesting. But anyway, I don't even know where I'm going with that. Anyway, if you want to get into her work, that's an easy way in. There we go. Diana got 240 words. Yay!
Nice.
Eva is at another stopping point. Woo.
Are we sure it's not a Friday?
No,
Okay.
no, we are not.
I think we're all still kind of hungover because whether you did Camp Nano or not, let's be honest, April was a thing for everybody. We all had a different reason for it being a thing.
I just remembered this month is the month that I got lupus for the first time, like 10 years ago, and I forgot I was going to plan something, and I haven't started planning for it yet. So I need to go and I need to do that.
We've all had like crazy months. Like, I'm happy that mine wasn't as bad as like poor Amber's. Like, support the craft. If you can give to her coffee, please do. Like, it just won't stop raining crap on her life. Like, it's just one thing after another, and she is such a sweetheart and deserves so much better. Like, I wish I had so much more money. Like, I just want to like swoop in and like be like, no, you're fine. I'm taking you away from these crazy people. Bye. Like, just go grab her, but that would not be good for anyone. But yeah,
I think April was just ridiculous, and I feel bad because I did plan to take this whole week off, and all I have done this entire week is complain about taking the week off.
same. Yeah, I was taking the week off, and apparently I'm just making a bunch of videos. I may have also been recording videos for a channel that I haven't launched, and I don't know if I'm going to. Because
everything is awesome.
Doesn't that count as a new project?
Okay, that is a medical
I
matter.
will give this an exception. I'll allow it to be an exception.
Yeah, for those who know what it is, that's an ecumenical matter. And that's a really bad joke. But yeah.
I love that I'm technically the tracker of new projects. Like, I get to decide if it's an exception or not.
Do you guys want to see something? Do you want to
Sure.
see it?
Sure.
Always.
Ooh.
Is that your story?
Yes, I want to start editing it so bad.
Twinsies.
Love it. Yeah, I'm not doing well.
Yeah, I have a short story in beta readers right now. So. Oh.
I don't think I've ever been this nervous about anybody alpha reading anything that I've ever done, just because I love this world so much. And I want other people, like, I understand it's not for everyone, but I'm kind of like, I just want to stab you in the eye if you don't like it. But I understand.
Oh, great.
You know what I'm saying?
I'll
No
keep that in
pressure.
mind as I'm reading it.
Please don't stab me in the eye, but
You never technically answered my question this morning of, do you want me to treat it like a college student with something, or like I'm actually going to enjoy it? Because there is a difference. My brain like has these two settings. College
Whichever
setting.
you think will help the story out most. That was kind of the
I can also do
answer
both.
because my main concern here is, no, not to give any spoilers, there's a secret villain that gets unmasked at a certain point in the story. And if it's not set up well enough, it's going to be Deus Ex Machina villain. Just like, oh, by the way, we forgot to have a villain here. Waha! Like, and if it's set up,
I don't know why today is all about Sweeney Todd, but it is.
and if it's set up way too well, it'll be like, oh, well, there they finally are.
Sweeney Todd.
Okay, so I'm gonna read that.
So
Thank you.
Oh dear. Okay. I'm on page 11.
I am so
I'm gonna catch up
nervous.
with you.
Because also, I'm trying to find out if people can get emotionally invested in a story with a really super sassy shark boy in it. Because I love Jade so much, but I understand it's a bit much. Like, I'm trying to figure out exactly what the crystallization point of bullshit is, basically. With this story. I've just
Making
been
candy.
sprinkling in, just like slowly adding it in. Like, okay, here's the new murder radish that you're meeting, who will be important later in the story because he's friends with another murder radish that will be important in the story later. And okay, are we fine with the murder radish? Okay, here's the really snarky shark boy and his shark hound. And here's their goth who hangs up out in the crow nest because I thought that was funny, and to hell with people who didn't laugh. I found it funny. And yeah, just like, and then it gets weird. It's like,
And then it gets weird.
Yeah. Oh no, yeah, that's like the first chapter. That's the here, let me establish the story.
I
Then
am
it gets
already
weird.
obsessed with the murder radish, so I'm not worried about that.
Love me a murder radish. I'm sorry.
Also, why do I feel like a murder radish would be like a cannibal of other murder radishes? I don't know. It's just the vibe that I get.
The
And
reason
maybe.
The reason I started calling them murder radishes is Scythe, who's a character that people will meet in chapter 13 of the serial. Her solution to everything is, I'll just stab it and see what happens. Like, this
I'm
is
in
her
love.
solution to everything.
Stab!
She's 18 inches tall,
Dead.
and I wonder if that thing's dangerous. It's chasing us! Run! Like, that's her solution to everything. Is stab it.
I just see the murder radish like an actual radish with the legs, but gnawing on a shin bone, and I'm obsessed.
I can kind of see her doing that.
You should have, Charlie, you should have Caitlin send you the murder radish she made.
Oh yeah, I should.
Because don't forget, Caitlin actually did make a murder radish, and she's adorable.
She is. But yeah,
Is it an illustration or a plush?
yeah, she did an illustration.
Drawing.
Okay.
Because it's got like almost a tamale-esque radish head. It's like a weird combo. And it's
When
got
I'm
this little
thinking, when I'm
belly.
saying radish, I'm thinking like one of them really funky daikons that like branches and comes off in all the directions. And like you kind of look at it in the store and you go, is that an evil voodoo doll staring at me? Like,
Ginger!
You made a valid point.
but I love her so much. play it with merch and do a sample order. That's a thing I can do.
Stretch.
Murder radish and it's
Sparky Shark Boy.
yeah. And he's a shark boy. He's literally I love the magical races in here. I love the Nefrir. They're the little vegetal people. And I love the Sidath, they're actually spirits that when they come into the world, they have an animal familiar and they take on the anthropomorphic form of whatever their animal familiar is. So they come in all shapes and sizes. And I love them so much because eventually, at a certain point in the next book, you'll get to meet one who's about size because her familiar is a rat, is a mouse. And so she's like this big, and like there may be a whole like chapter of them drinking together. Anyway,
I'm be excited. Can I just say as a sidebar, and it's just something that popped into my head because I was glancing at the reviews for the book that Laura just was like hand reading this, and I was like, I'm gonna read it too.
What do they say?
They said, I need a shower. Seriously. And I know that they probably didn't mean it to be a good review in support of the book,
No.
but
I'm only at page 11.
I now extra want to read this book because of the bad review. So I just wanted to say, whoever is out there who's worried about bad reviews, as you write, just know there are people like me who read a bad review and we're like, yeah.
or you can just do what I did to completely torpedo my career back in the day and have an author moment on Amazon to the point where Amazon just takes down almost every review of everything of your stuff because I was going through depression.
Do you want to hear 2 sentences of description of wounds
No,
from
thank
page
you.
2?
No, thank you. I'm fine.
Yeah.
Okay, like, oh my gosh.
Too
Amazing description.
I'm fine. I'm good.
I'm so excited. Sorry.
Before we get into this, it is 8:00 Eastern. Are you doing your stream tonight? No? Okay. I don't know what time we're going to, just because normally I'm like, we stop when Laura starts.
Sprint number 12?
Honestly, there's a good chance that when I finish this pot of tea, I might just go get a bottle of wine.
I don't drink alone, and I haven't had a drink in a while, so.
I'm just saying, I've had quite a day, and Lord only knows what the hubby is doing. He went to the hardware store. So,
Okay, so my nephew is 2, and he had to fix my sister, who was a broken robot. So she was sitting there, and he was just taking all of these screws and washers and just jumping them down her shirt.
Yes.
This is how it works.
That's great.
If only that could fix me.
yeah,
I know!
I was just thinking that. I was like, oh, maybe I'm going to just like, hubby's going to come in here, like all of his parts and tools are going to be all over the ground. And I'm just going to be sitting there with scratches all over my chest. Like, what did you do? I was trying to fix myself.
Stop. That's bad, Chandra.
I kind of want to do that now. Anyway.
I'm gonna do that now.
Oh.
Since the neighbor has decided to mow the lawn that doesn't exist, because he just mowed it. You're literally just putting dust in the air. It rained. The dust went away. Anyway, I'm better now.
Shakes fist at sky.
Oh no, like this old person is about to have a thing with them old people over there because like I get it, he wants to get away from his wife and like mow the lawn or something, but like it doesn't always have to be on my side of the yard. Like you've got a big yard, be on the other side. Just be on the other side.
I'm just imagining that she's like reading the paper or something, trying to be quiet inside, but it's also on your side of the house. And he's like, I got this. So
See,
he
it
then
really
goes
doesn't-
and mows on that same side, which happens to be your side, but it's more specifically where she's trying to relax.
Okay, before we do this, just real quick. You know when I said I have an overly exaggerated maternal instinct, all I can think right now is you're going to hurt Cat, please stop. Because we have wild onions that grow around here and I can smell them wafting through the air as he's like cutting them in there. Like everything smells like onions. And I literally have this like alarm in the back of my head, like I need to keep an eye on Cat in case something bad happens, even though I know like you're not really here. But it's like still setting that part of my brain off of like, you're gonna kill Cat, stop it!
I appreciate it.
Wait, you can't have onions?
I'm allergic to onion.
Oh
It's depressing because I developed the allergy and I know I like onions.
no. Oh, that's the worst.
In fact, when I was younger, I would get like extra onion on things because I'd be like, yes, all the onion, give it to me. Like this burger better be mostly onion.
Grilled onions.
Yes.
Oh no,
Or
raw.
raw.
Oh no.
Raw.
Raw.
When I was little, I
Raw
probably, if you would have taken the outside off of an onion and handed it to me, I would have just chomped on it.
Oh, like that video of the kid who's like, it's an apple. Mom's like, no, it's not. He's like, cry, it's an apple.
Oh no, I wouldn't have cried though. I would have just been like, yes.
Yes. I grew up in the country. We ate onions and tomatoes like apples. Like we did. It was a thing that we did when I was growing up. And Eva, I why should he get the cute pet? My dad keeps threatening to buy me a goat, and I'm just like, bring it. Bring it. Goats need
Get a
to prep
goat
my
and then-
senses not to escape. That means I'll never have to see my neighbors again, and I'll have a goat. I'm fine
Get
with
the
that.
goat and train it to headbutt people, and then every time he goes by on his mower, it'll just be like a bam. Don't take advice from me. I'm not the one.
That's like my marketing plan. Like, hi, I'm Charlie. I'm going to tell you how to write your book, but don't take any of my advice because I'm a terrible human being. Probably wrong. All right, let's get into this sprint. 25 minutes.
Purple.
I'm going to stick with blue because blue is the champion today.
It's
Orange?
technically purple. And it's not orange. I love that I'm like doing it in reverse now too.
Make sure you're saving your work. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. If you haven't gotten up and moved around for a while, please do that. That is good for you. We're going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go!
orange.
It's not orange. And good news, we know who mowed our lawn last time and today now.
Oh, good.
Apparently it's our neighbor who has a really fancy lawnmower, and they're like, yeah, it's like sweet 3 swipes and their lawn is done because we're in a trailer park. So they just go out and mow other people's lawns. because they're like, it doesn't really, because it's a really fancy one. Like, it's one of the ones you like stand behind or stand on with the thingies. Yeah.
Oh, zero turn?
I don't know. It's really fancy.
Like with the.
I think so.
Yeah.
And he's like, it doesn't really take much more gas. So you girls don't mind, do you? And we're like, no, we don't mind. But we were really confused because we thought the park was doing it initially. And the park didn't know who did it. So
They
we're
were
all
like-
like, who the fuck is mowing our lawn? Like, we appreciate it, but if they're expecting money, we need to know. And like, who are you, stranger? But no, it's our neighbor who just is bored, I guess. And really nice.
I have to
A
say,
good combination.
during that sprint, I'm just really glad that I had myself on mute because I had my video on and I didn't realize that, and I was like, just like eating so aggressively on camera the whole time.
I was very appreciative of your confidence.
My confidence was that I thought my camera was off. So.
And then there's me who doesn't care. Like, when I eat, I'm just like, okay. I doesn't even care about the camera.
Carrie!
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. And in your usual setting.
Yes.
Yes, I'm back in my habitat, not in my kitchen or the dining room.
And the potatoes have been potatoed.
Yes, and I made way too many.
Later, Tater.
Leftovers are
Sorry.
the best though, so
Yeah, my parents might come over tomorrow, so we have still like half the sloppy joes and a ton of fries.
You got taters for laters? Sorry.
Yes! This is like a virtual high five right for you.
Tomorrow is our let's figure out what we're doing for Mother's Day.
Oh yeah, that's a day that happens.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Surprise!
Surprise! The Sunday.
And
of
it's
Mother's
not
Day.
on my birthday this year. Yay!
Woo!
This is how I feel about Mother's Day.
So, Caitlin's birthday is on Saturday, and I forgot because days mean nothing to me now anymore. And because she's like, oh, I work a double that day. And I'm just like, that's great because she's been wanting doubles. And then Natalie's just like, yeah, it's her birthday. I'm like, oh,
Oh.
but double? Because you wanted one?
Honestly, I would cry if I had to work a double on my birthday.
No, a double is actually an 8-hour shift. Because where she's working at is a 4-hour shift, is a regular
Ah.
shift.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was confused. I thought it was like a restaurant where
No, she works
your
at a
hours are
greenhouse.
more like suggestions.
Yeah.
Hey, I feel called out by this.
How I work. No, her hours are like actually specific and stuff. So like
that's
she's been working 4-hour shifts because this was her first week. So and she gets an 8-hour shift. So,
that's nice.
Nice.
but also it's her birthday, and we haven't gotten her anything because days mean nothing to us. We're like,
Yeah.
oh no,
Oh.
we feel so bad.
When I worked in a restaurant, a double was probably like a 12 to 16 hour
Yeah.
16 hours.
shift. Yeah. So that's what I was hearing, and I was like, oh.
I worked in catering, and you could very easily put in 40 hours in a weekend,
Oh yeah.
especially
Oh.
during the summer.
Yeah, I did that once because I was like one of the very few people who wanted to work because trauma, and my boss was like, "Yeah, we can do that," and I was like, "Okay, cool. I don't want to feel anything. I just want to work."
Yep.
It is good for that.
So the other, I mean, it's a lot of hours, But the owner that I worked for was cool. He was also a friend of the family, so
Honestly, it's nice when it's like I just need to work right now, and they're like, okay, we don't have to talk about it. You can just work.
For the birthday present, you could just get her like 20 Reese's cups.
She would accept that.
I spent the sprint going through the books.
Oh man.
Nice.
Started that.
So I'm gonna blame this on the vaccine, but I've been very thirsty and ravenously hungry.
Oh yes,
Oh, that's a vaccine.
that's a
side
vaccine
effect.
thing.
It is okay.
Yes.
Yeah, totally normal.
All
I'm
right.
pretty sure I drank more water, like more fluids, in like that weekend after I got the first shot than I had in a week.
I went to a fast food place and got 2 full meals, 2 drinks, and then I've had 2 of these. So this is 20 ounces, and like I have eaten both of the meals, and I'm still hungry and I'm still thirsty.
We found that we could not drink enough. Like there was not enough water in the world to quench that thirst. Like no, just like we literally got to the point where we were tracking our water, because if you have up to a gallon of water in an hour, you can die. So from water poisoning. So we were tracking our water to make sure we weren't going there, because we were just drinking water like you wouldn't believe.
I'm glad I'm not losing it then.
Yeah, I need to remind myself of this because I'm getting my second dose on Friday on
Get you some
campus.
Supplies.
Yeah, lots of water.
which kind did you get? Which one did you get?
I got Moderna.
Okay. So we had Pfizer through work.
Yeah, I
And
got
I just-
Pfizer.
After I got my second one, I just felt like I got run over by a truck for like a whole afternoon.
I've been pretty good. It's just the exhaustion was, and honestly, it wasn't even the worst for me. I know one of my friends slept for 20 hours in one day,
Holy crap!
and like that was the day that she slept the longest. But it was like 2-3 days where she was like sleeping a lot. So I feel pretty good because for me, it's been about 4 hours both times. But the first time I had it on Wednesday at lunchtime, couldn't wake up Friday morning. And then today I had it at lunchtime and got home, ate, and went straight to sleep.
Proving that I'm wired backwards. I got hyper from mine, which it might have just been like all the adrenaline, because I'm extremely bellophobic. That just the adrenaline running through my system from having to get a shot completely overrode any tiredness that I could possibly feel. But I got extremely hyper, and I got the walnut on my arm. But
It was like a switch flipped. Like as soon as I was fine all morning the following day, because I got mine on the second one on a Sunday, and I was fine until that afternoon, right after I laid my daughter down for her nap. And then I'm like, I suddenly have no energy.
Yeah,
I went and slept 2 hours myself.
when I got the first dose, because I obviously haven't had the second dose yet, so I don't know how I'm going to react yet. But the first dose, I was fine until actually a little bit after the stream started. Because it was a Friday, so it was the Friday stream. And like right a little bit after the stream started, I got really, really sleepy. And like, just like, oh. Fatigue.
Yeah.
And then, Sunday I was puking in the morning. And then I still had to go to work. Because nobody could cover it. But
That
I
is the
knew,
worst.
and I knew why I was sick. And I had also just had a week off work. So I was like, I'm not calling in. I know exactly why I'm puking. It's because I had the shot.
That reminds me of a funny time that I got sick at work, and I called in. I was like, I really don't feel good. Is there anyone who can cover? They're like, no, you need to come in. So I came into work, and I got to work, and I was like, I feel V bad, like V not good. Please send help. Please let me go home. And they were like, no. And so I'm at I was running a register that day, and there's 3 of us back there. And I just like, it just kind of hit me in a wave as this lady, like I'm ringing her up, and I give her her change, and I'm like barely speaking. And usually like that shift, we were all like super bubbly, like super pumped. We were always like hype. And I just like, I'm barely speaking. And I'm just like, I'm not okay. So I like put the money in the drawer. Before the next person can come up to me, I shut the drawer and just slide down and like turn around, and I'm like leaning up against my register, hugging the trash can, just like, oh, this is bad. So we had a boss who was like 4'11". She was tiny, but she was also like the mean one.
They always are.
And I can hear her like yelling my name, like, "Where is Chandra?" And I'm just like, this is gonna be fine. It's fine. And she like walks around she like, "Chandra, just go home. Just go." Like, I'm just like, okay. Like I was so sick. So I had to have someone come get me, and I like went in the training room and sat down and fell asleep with my head on the table, waiting for them to come. Like I was not good.
Oh no.
And what I feel is a perfect segue into the chat, the most Laura post of all Laura comments that could be out of what causes dread? What induces dread? Asking for a friend. Honestly.
Okay, there's this anthology going along, and it literally says "Dose of Dread, unthemed general horror flash fiction, preference to dread-inducing stories." So, like, what am I gonna base it on?
Well, okay, just specify. What's the difference between dread and anxiety?
I'm not sure.
I think dread is a symptom of anxiety.
Anxiety, technically speaking, from an emotional standpoint, excitement and anxiety are the same emotion. It's the perception of them that's different. Dread is foreboding. Dread has this like cloud over everything, and everything's bad and wrong. And dread is the same I live in constantly.
So you remember in Scary Movie when Dr. Phil and Shaq are chained up in that room, and they have to cut off the foot?
This sounds like Saw.
Yeah, I was making fun of Saw.
Okay.
I feel like that, but instead of it actually happening, just the lead up to it happening and the character who has to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Dread.
Dread is one of the two emotions that it's really hard to explain to people, because as a fan of Gothic fiction who is writing a lot of that into the work that I'm doing, you have to explain dread and terror because they're not the same as fear and anxiety.
There's an element of anticipation with dread.
Yeah.
Okay,
no, that's why I said phone calls, because just when my mother would call my phone, I just instantly feel the sense of dread. Like getting a phone call from my mother was a bad thing, a very bad thing.
Blind dates are very often, especially for somebody who's been on too many really, really bad ones, a sense of dread. Because especially when your friends who were like doubtful about your sexual preferences, you never knew what you were going to get in the blind date, and they wouldn't tell you until they arrived. And you're just like, are you setting me up with another freaking girl? Like, dread. Dread. All the dread.
I feel like that's also like, I don't know, I would be scared for my life in a situation like that. Maybe that's me just being like paranoid and extra, but I would just be like,
I'm just not gonna show.
So I was reading up on things, and there's two that caught my eye. One is called infrasound. So it's below 20 hertz, and it makes things vibrate, and you can think you're having a paranormal experience.
Ooh.
Or there's carbogen, carbon dioxide and oxygen gas, which can make you hallucinate and feel like you're drowning, used by experimental psychologists or psychotherapists in the 60s.
oh, that does not sound good. Also, Eva is cracking me up.
Yeah. I like what the one with the chicken said, just because I like the name The One with the Chicken.
Yes. Right now, this chat is the one with the chicken. You like it.
I'm sorry, Carrie and I are having a fight.
Over the button.
There was an echo coming from somewhere, and I started like testing people's mics when they weren't talking to try to figure out where the echo was coming from. And Carrie noticed her mic was muted and unclicked it. And I clicked it again and clicked. We're like sitting there fighting over the because I'm just like, I just need to know where it was coming from. But of course, like while we're doing this, it completely
Well,
goes
it
away.
came
I have
up
no
as
idea where
host
it was.
muted. And I'm like,
Yeah.
what are we doing?
And I'm like, I have no idea where it was because it disappeared while we were fighting over it. So we scared off whatever the gremlin was. So,
You were cursing too much in your mind, and it was transmitting through.
and if it was your computer, we would have heard like this weird like phasing in and out because I don't know where it was. It's a thing that I do when I hear an echo. I just like start testing, like, where are you? Where are you? And like, nope, I have no idea.
I have a question. What is cursing too much?
According
Yeah,
to my
whose
mother,
house you're
it's
in.
saying any profane word ever.
Yeah.
We'll
I'm
fuck
cursing
that.
too much.
According to one of my old teachers, it's everything that happens in your mind when you read this book. Because Papias could not write at all and shouldn't have ever.
The disdain that was on your face as you said that is.
I felt like the worst person in the world the first time I ever said shut up to somebody. Like, it was 3rd grade, and I felt like the worst person in the world.
I forgot about that, but that is such a vibe.
Bad
That's a rite
words
of
as a
No,
passage.
because the person I told to shut up was probably my sister.
No, it was my friend at school, because they wouldn't stop, like, talking over me. I was like, ah!
Shut up! I have things to say. I want to add to the conversation.
I love it.
It was on the handball court.
Oh no.
During
Oh.
recess.
Oh,
My
no.
crimes! My crimes against humanity.
Speaking of crimes against humanity, it's really funny watching Bill Gates like complaining that people aren't sending out vaccine to all the poorer countries when he worked so hard to make sure that the Oxford shot was sold to AstraZeneca because corporations can do it better than open sourcing medicine.
I just have 2 fingers for that.
So, Bill, have you changed your mind yet?
What was that? Oh, someone was talking about the whole divorce thing and the settlements and all of that. And I
For all he's worth.
yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
You know, there's a story there.
Of
We have
course,
yet to hear.
for sure.
I don't know what
It
it is.
probably involves the pandemic, which
Yeah.
makes it even more interesting.
Especially because they've been very, very active with all this. Because I get that he's very well-meaning in a lot of what he does, but yes, he's done a lot to fight malaria, but he's also increased the rate of dengue fever and these worms that dig into your skin that have to be pulled out,
Ugh.
and you can't give anesthetic or they burrow deeper. So
Oh,
you
no.
feel every single
Oh
moment.
no! No, don't tell me this.
And
Dread. Nightmare fuel.
That's
fuel.
right
Yeah.
there.
So I'm just saying.
Lord's face.
Laura, to answer your question, this is dread.
What are the worms
We're all
called?
cringing, and
Or the-
Laura's like,
I can't remember, but they literally you have to hook them on the end of of like a pencil, and then you slowly roll them out. They have to be drawn out slowly because they're segmented worms. And if any segment stays in, they'll just respawn.
Starfish.
So
Is there an episode of Grey's Anatomy where this happened?
I think so.
probably an episode of House that happens.
Yes, I'm sure.
But it is a terrible, disgusting thing, and yeah.
And we want to see it.
Looking this
No.
up.
So, not
Want
wanna
me to
see
read,
it.
Megan?
I
No.
believe it's a something ringworm, I think. is the
Oh,
name of it.
Laura, call me.
But yeah, they're
You
horrible. They're
swore a
horrible. They're
match made in a
horrifying.
torture chamber story.
Oh, okay, let's just make it a little bit worse. People get infected with them because flies land on people's eyes and they carry the eggs on their legs. And so they actually crawl into the eye and then crawl to one of your extremities and you can feel it burrowing through.
Oh!
So instead of a peg leg, it's an egg leg?
Oh!
Laura's got a new story to write.
She looks so pleased with it.
We're all just horrified, and they're just like, yes.
which is exactly why I pointed out that, where is it? Let's see. Not that one. That one. That this is one of the most Laura things that could ever be said in chat.
So great.
There's a reason I call her my mistress of horror, because did you see? Like, it's wonderful.
I just love writing descriptions about creepy things, and yes.
I'm just really sorry because I feel like, Charlie, when you go and look at your stats, it's going to be like we start talking about Dread.
Oh, I've given up on, like, this is the week after a nano event. Like, the only people that are here are honestly either desperately trying to finish what they started, or because they know I get derailed and talk about stuff, and
Or they're pretending to be productive.
yeah, or they're pretending
Such
to be
as
productive.
myself.
I know what this is.
or we're like poking against the break that we established for ourselves and have chosen to do everything in our power to avoid.
That's a very good way to phrase it. It's that the world is ending feeling. Yeah. The
What is
abandonment.
that from? Abandon hope, all you who enter here.
That's what was supposed to be written over the entrance to hell, I believe, in Paradise Lost.
Oh, I've never read that. I should probably read that. It sounds very cheerful.
I would read all three because it's a hilarious.
You mean
Dante's Inferno.
Oh, Dante's
Yeah.
Inferno. Yeah, that's Dante's
Okay,
Inferno.
okay,
Yeah, I'm
okay,
sorry,
yeah.
that's Dante's Inferno.
But
Read
it's
all
You mean like
three.
that really old fanfic?
Oh no, because it's so
No,
good.
wait.
'Cause you realize that he kind of liked a dead Italian more than he did his girlfriend. Like, it gets really, really weird at a certain point because he has to be led through hell by somebody who would be there, but he wanted it to be a good person. So he picks his favorite dead Roman writer to lead him through hell. And then they get the blessing to also lead him through purgatory. And then he meets Beatrice, his beloved Beatrice, who's a real person, not a name that was made up because it fits heaven. Real woman that he absolutely loved. And he's the whole time just going like, but my friend. And I was like, you're with your love in heaven. Like, shouldn't you be like all excited at this point? He's like, but my friend. And I'm just like, girl. Okay. See.
Girl, leave him.
I like
It's also
who did a
more
video
horror.
about all three overly sarcastic productions.
Oh yes, the overly
Red,
sarcastic productions.
her videos are hilarious.
Yes. Red is life goals as far as like YouTube videos go. Because I had thought of doing Trope Talks, and then that's how I found her. Like, this was years ago when I first thought about doing YouTube, and I just searched Trope Talk, and I found her one of the first ones that she did, and I was just like, oh, okay, I'm not doing that. This has been mastered. Perfection has been achieved. Next idea.
I'll be back. I have to go cook some rice.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
It's kind of like I had an idea for a channel that basically would have been bad writing advice, until I found Bad Writing Advice, and I was just like, he's so perfect. He's so like his apology video. If you're having a bad day and you just need to laugh, watch his apology video over and over and over again. It's so good.
I haven't seen the apology video.
Oh yeah, it's one of the ones he actually turns the camera on, because that's part of making a good apology video is you have to be on camera. That way they can see the sincerity in your eyes.
When I was stuck at Hotel Antepartum before I had Anna 2 years ago, I had the Trope Talks playlist on repeat shuffle for a week.
I get so excited every time
until Star Wars Day.
I get so excited every time she puts up a new one. They're so good.
Is it the apology video template?
Yes, I believe so. Because he basically does an apology video as his how to do an apology video. Basically, he apologizes for all the advice that he's given in an apology video, teaching you how to make an apology video. And it's so, I mean, just chef's kiss. I don't have that translatable of a sense of humor. But I aspire. I aspire so much. Yes. See, every time I say that, I know there's like a couple hundred people that like cry out in 3-part harmony that I'm lying, but because they've seen me at conventions, but they don't see like the 2 hours before the panel. Get me up there. Sorry,
So
the dog's doing something. I got distracted because I'm still checking, making sure she's okay.
yeah, I find it interesting that I'm so much easier to like talk and I can just go on like on live streams and stuff. But when I had to talk about my paper for my final, it was the most awkward thing ever.
What are words?
Yeah, what are words and what is all of this stuff I've just researched? What was all of that again?
My mom couldn't understand
How do I
why.
convey this in a logical way?
My mom couldn't understand how I did theater for 5 years and I got terrified public speaking. I says, that's different. In theater, you are in a character.
Yep.
That is not me. This is me. I'm playing someone else.
Yes. You get into the story enough and you can ignore the 1,000 people out in the crowd.
Are you reaching for Papa Charlie?
What?
Are you reaching for a Papa Funko Pop?
No, I'm just looking at my doggy down there and just laughing because my solution to stage fright was to get a pack of attack furries at a convention that I didn't know that I had until they sprung into action. And once you know that you have a pack of attack furries in your back pocket, it's really hard to have stage fright because they're going to cause more of a scene than you ever will. So, like, I'm fine. There's nothing I can do. Because I was at a panel and somebody who shall not be named, but you know who you are and the sins that you've committed, decided to like barge into the room and start saying terrible, terrible things about me because I inspire this in people. And my up to that point unknown pack of attack furries, all of whom had their tails coming out of the back of their clothes. One of them was in a full wolf suit, popped out of nowhere and just went in on him. It was like, we got receipts. I was like,
Oh, that's
let's go sit back
hilarious.
and watch anybody go to the one.
Wait, do you know who all of your attack furries are? Because
Yes,
I feel
yes, I
like
do
they
now.
should read the when you're done with your book. You should give them that.
Yes, really should. Because like I gained so much respect for them because like when I first heard about furries, I didn't know much about them, and like because I'm always on the gender and sex minority panels because reasons, they started showing up, and I was like, I have really, really obnoxious questions. Do you mind? And they were just like, bring it. Try to embarrass me. And I'm like, I like you as a person already. Like, you are like after my art. They're like, but one fair thing, I get to do the same. I get to ask questions to you. You're going to try to embarrass me? Okay. bring it. And we basically had like a full-on like who could ask the most personal, invasive, and embarrassing questions and see who would flinch first. I won. But I have no shame and give no F's about anything. So
my dad tried to give me his method for overcoming nerves when getting up to speak, because he had when he was taking classes to be a deacon at seminary, had to learn how to give a homily.
Yep.
And so he said every time it was his turn to talk for the class, he'd get up and he'd take a minute and look at everybody in the room one at a time and go, I don't care what you think. I don't care what you think. I don't like you. You like just kind of
that
he's
helped.
like, not out loud, of course. Say it in your head, but
It doesn't work if you care about what the person says.
And if you have that one person, and trust me, if you start doing public speaking enough, you will have that one person that just comes there to heckle you. Just talk directly to them. Look them in the eyes. Address them as if they're the only person in the room. One, it helps you to forget that the other people are there, and it unnerves them to no end because they've been seen and they've been called out, but nobody else has realized it yet. It's a fun trick.
I joined Toastmasters to try and get over my fear of public speaking. Did not work, but I did become a better public speaker. That was the one plus side. I just still shake like a leaf as soon as I get up there to start speaking.
I think I'd be okay now if when I was taking a public speaking class when I was going to community college, the room we were in had a giant red timer on the back wall. And just, yeah, because all of our speeches were timed.
Yeah.
And so you're watching that time go by and you're stuttering and stammering and stomach is twisting and I'm just like, ugh.
Yeah, it's either the I need to stretch this out more or oh gosh, I have to speak faster.
My thing is, I have my problem. Well, I get motor mouth. I think most of you have seen that happen to me. And it's usually when I have a lot of points, but I know if I don't say them quickly enough, my brain will delete the file. So I just really fast. The other thing is if I'm confident in the subject, I don't think about it. I'm just going through all the information that I've processed, and I'm like, okay, I got it. Like, and it doesn't occur to me how fast I'm talking because I'm engaged with the conversation that I'm having largely with myself, and I'm unbothered by anybody else in the room. But if I don't know what I'm talking about and I'm not interested in the topic, but I have to talk about it, then I'm just kind of like, oh.
It's been a while and it's a bit late, but I feel like I have to make a public address.
It took the eyes of a child to see what we were blind to. If it wasn't for you, we would still be following every little rule in the book.
Wait, is that bad? Because I love rules.
We're instituting a new ship-wide mandate, and we're calling it the Boimler Effect. The Boimler Effect is about encouraging shortcuts and preventing people from just blindly following the rules. From now on, the crew can build in buffer time whenever they deem fit. Congratulations. Dismissed.
I don't know that we're going to be doing any more sprints. I was actually thinking of being done by now, but I'm enjoying the conversation. So the conversation shall continue at least for a while until we decide to either go into the private secret chat behind the scenes, or we decide to go our separate ways. So I just wanted to formally, if anybody's still working, power to you. You're like my secret there.
Yes, I was doing the from August Bellamy Frankenstein.
I think they do that in The Sims too, the supernatural one, where they like come up to your door and they talk to you, and then they're like,
Yeah.
I can't help myself because I used to LARP Vampire the Masquerade, and if you have the ability to make yourself invisible, you would just stand like this in the corner.
what kind of horror? Sorry.
And so when you saw somebody standing like this, you and you had the ability to see people that were invisible, you could challenge them to the greatest game system ever implemented, rock, paper, scissors. And whoever wins won the encounter. But if you didn't have something that let you see people that were invisible, you had to ignore the people that were standing around, walking around, and doing stuff like this. And so I have a really hard time with, like, I don't want to be seen right now. Oh crap! That doesn't work in real life. That doesn't work in real life.
I do not wish to be perceived.
On the Vampire the Masquerade game that Jace hosts, there was a mirror effect, so I turned my camera on and went to give the mirror effects. I was like, guys, you do realize it's been finals week and I'm losing it right now. Mind you, I obviously wasn't losing it enough because my character in the game is actually really smart if you look at her character sheet. But nobody knows that. Because, like, stereotypically, she would not be. But, so she, like, puts pieces of puzzles together quickly, and thankfully so did I. Because if my character wouldn't have been able to put it together, I wouldn't have said aloud what I knew the answer was. Because I'm like, in character, this works for her, though. So I can do it. But when my camera was off, I was just like, I know the answer. I know what it is. I know what it means. I know this. But nobody could see that.
I've got the other one further down in the thing, but this is the LARP rules for Wraith the Oblivion. So if you wanted to play a live-action Ghost. So I still have that. It's one of the few series of books that I still have from my Happy Times. And
you might have the ability to be invisible if you've seen what's it called?
Mind's Eye Theater.
Yeah,
I like the cover.
Yeah. That's why I was like, I'm gonna zoom in. I really like the covers.
Have you seen Mystery Men?
The movie? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, so you might have that invisibility power where you can only be invisible if no one is looking at you, not even yourself. So it comes in handy.
That would give me anxiety because I would feel like I would have to check it all the time, and every time I would check it, it wouldn't be working.
Yep.
Stress.
And it's hard to prove to people.
It could not be proved.
You have to watch the movie, the ending. Incredible.
Yeah, Mystery Men. See, I have a problem, and her name is Janine Garofalo, and so I may have for a certain period of time watched everything that she was in just because she was in it, whether or not it looked interesting to me.
Was she the one with the bowling ball?
Yes, she was the one with the. She was the one with the bowling ball. She was the one that sarcastic anger. Like, she was basically everything I wanted to be as a human. Like, angry, black hair, and able to get away with all the snark in the universe. Yeah. Life goals.
What should I eat?
Food.
Nachos?
Not people.
Ooh, nachos.
Not people.
I almost had nachos last night. But we were out of salsa.
Oh, no.
And what was it? Cheese. We were out of cheese as well. It was sad.
It's like the most important ingredient for nachos.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just realized I was supposed to do something and I forgot.
Oops.
I'm scheduled for 26 hours next week.
It's Cinco de Mayo and I have not had tacos today.
That's a sin.
Did Nat even realize that when she ordered Taco Bell? I wonder. Because we had Taco Bell today. Because I could eat the chicken from Taco Bell. Yes.
Am I trying to order tacos right now?
Sounds good.
I got an email from my apartment complex. It says new package amenity. And then it just says, contact the leasing office for more information. That's the entire email.
Couldn't I just put that in the email?
Like, what?
Could you be any less helpful?
Like, thank you, I think. But
stupid Taco Bell.
It's kind of like I'm getting so tired of like services that I use sending out emails of we're doing all these amazing things and adding all these wonderful features, but we're not going to tell you when.
Tell me now.
Then why are you even telling me? Like, stop this.
Just tell me when you're doing it.
I like how apartments always offer these amenities and these parties and stuff, and it's like I don't want that. You know what I would like? I would like if you would actually communicate things that are changing, or like send out updates when you hire new maintenance employees so that there's not randos coming to my house. Or like, I don't know, if you would fix the stuff that's broken, that would be super cool.
What a concept.
Yeah.
That just sounds impossible.
But instead, they're like, how about we just give you free mini bottles of cheap wine that you could buy for yourself, and you do buy it for yourself, and you already have it in your fridge.
Cheap bottles of wine? We don't even get that. We did get like a pie for, I can't remember what holiday, but they gave us free pie. But I think it was Thanksgiving.
I want pie.
Yeah, they gave us like the mini bottles, like a 4-pack. Well, it was like you're supposed to come out and they had these like mini charcuterie packets. It's like a grown-up Lunchable thingy. And then they gave you like, you were like, here, have a bottle of wine, but it was like a little, it was the sample size.
Rude.
You know,
I
would make tacos, except for the ingredients that I have in my fridge are mayo, ketchup, and mustard. So I'd probably just order them.
Maybe.
But I appreciate you believing in me in that way.
Oh my gosh, so during one of the sprints, I got the first look at my new YouTube intro. So I ordered one, so somebody is making it for me because I don't have the video editing skills right now.
I used Canva.
That's what I use for what I have right now. But
I made a new one too.
Nice. Like I've been on here for a year now. It's like I deserve a proper YouTube intro. So I saw it and it made me laugh so hard. So we're getting one image revived. The finishing image. It's like a flash of a bunch of different horror images, and then it has my signature on top. The final image was my melting marshmallow one for my cards, and it made me laugh so hard. It's like, we can't end on a melting marshmallow. It just defeats the purpose of all the horror before.
Throw it in with the mix and pick another one.
I'm so sad. They don't have any dessert from this place.
Oh, that's sad.
Oh,
that's rude.
It really is.
Now I want to watch the intro video I made.
I still need to make one. I still need to get my stuff together.
My dog wants to go into the other room, so I'm going to let her into the other room real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
I forgot I gave it different music. I was expecting the ukulele song, and it was not the ukulele song. Because that's what it was! The ukulele song! And I was not. That was a little bit
You guys want to see the final images that I had commissioned for
Yes.
cards?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's see if I can share my screen.
We have to wait for Charlie to get back first. I mean, you can share them, but Charlie has to pull them up.
Oh, true.
So I guess we have to wait. I can't wait to see them.
Put it up real quick. I'll hit the share. There you go.
Oh, I love it.
I love that the mug looks like a Kool-Aid man. Smile.
So this
Anybody
is
else see
for
that?
my melting marshmallow one. And then
Screen
this is
section.
the
Oh.
gingerbread man one.
Oh, wow.
Leg.
Yes, his leg fell off, and he tried to connect it with icing, and it did not work.
Oh.
So yeah.
Christmas cards, Christmas cards, Christmas cards.
I can't wait. I don't think I told my boyfriend that we're gonna buy some for Christmas and give them out to like his family and stuff, and I don't think he's quite ready for exactly what that entails.
You signed him up for a project and he's not prepared. You're like, don't worry, I already took care of Christmas cards.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
So I've commissioned 2 more. One for the fruit cake. So it's basically like a Lonely Heart one. Like, nobody wants me.
Oh.
And then the Easter Bunny one. So
His parents are gonna think I'm so weird. It's okay. They already think I'm kind of strange.
You're like hoarding someone's art.
Like you and Sean, my boyfriend, you have like nothing in common. Like how does that work? And it just does for some reason.
I don't know. I think it's really nice when people have like their separate interests. Like you just genuinely care about a person. You don't have to do everything together or have all the same interests.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I think kind of it ends up being healthier that way. That way, like, because maybe it starts out that way for some people and then when it stops being that way because, you know, the initial phase has been moved through. There's not this, I don't actually like football, but I have to watch it because this is our thing.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, sorry. It's not my fault. Sorry. So the cat, we did this up and over thing. You saw that? The dog is laying on the floor on this side, and I did not know that. And so when I went to put him down, he was like, "The dog's over here," and I'm like, "It's not my fault. Didn't know that. I'm sorry."
Oh, that's funny.
Isn't your dog afraid of your cat?
Well, so the dog she's sleeping, but she also she sees the cat approaching and she's just like, if we're very still, then no one will see us. The dog's doing this, but the cat can see. Invisible.
Cat always wins rock, paper, scissors.
Yep. So
Sorry,
she's just panic reasons.
Sorry that took so long. As we were doing the trade-off of the dog, the hubby was like, "So how's she behaving?" I'm like, normal. Like she came over and whimpered at me, and I was like, "Do you want to go in the other room?" And she just walked right over to the door. So I don't think she just wanted to leave the room. But we had a breakthrough. Last night, she had a nightmare or something. She jumped up. She was sound asleep, and she jumped up barking. She went from asleep to like barking, like somebody breaking into the house barking, And she jumped off the chair and ran around just huffing, like, I'm going to get you, and then did her rounds, and then she was fine. And we're wondering if she had like some kind of a panic attack in her sleep last night that's left her just really anxious today.
Maybe.
Because I hadn't put those together until he said something about it. Because if she was in pain, if you grabbed her legs and went like this with them, she should react negatively to that in some way. You know what I'm saying? Like, and she doesn't. So her legs don't seem to be in pain. It's just she's in her head. I have the most neurotic pets in the world, don't I? It's fitting. But wow. Anyway. Hi. I hope the pictures were pretty.
They were.
I don't know. I've done a hot water bottle before because it has like a little cozy thing that comes over it, so I'm not as worried about it being cold. I don't have a heating pad, but I think maybe. But also, I wouldn't want to give it to my cat because he likes to chew on electrical cords.
Yeah.
And yeah, so my plan is ultimately I need to get a filing cabinet because one, I need a filing cabinet anyway. But I was gonna put it next to my desk and then get an actual cat cam so that he can be on his own screen at all times. And
I'm not sure because I missed the beginning of this, but my cats love my weighted blanket. Like they've learned to kind of tunnel under the edge of it and will like curl around till it's on top of them, and they'll just cozy up in the edge with just their head peeking out. And
he does that. What happened was while you were gone, the cat jumped up from the opposite side that he usually does, and I didn't realize the reason he was doing that was because the dog was on the other side. And so I just did the usual up and over thing that I did, and then almost put him down on top of the dog. And the dog was like, "Mother, why?" And she just did her like.
But the cat had all the fight.
I thought you loved me.
Pretty much. So I anchored the children's.
You make a very good point. No, I have not.
I haven't even
last
seen
couple
her
of
update
days.
on Instagram either. I've seen her like a few things on Instagram, but I haven't seen her post.
I thought I saw her comment in a stream the other day, but I don't remember what stream.
I have a
I should
vague
probably
memory
check
of
in with
seeing
her.
Yeah.
Let me do that right now while I'm thinking
Those
about
rice, those rice heating pads are nice.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I have some that my mom made. Dinosaur fabric. Yes.
You know what would be really cool? Ones that have bones on them.
That have what?
Bones.
Phones.
Bones.
Oh.
Bones.
Sorry, I just had a moment. YouTube in its infinite wisdom recommended to me this video from a channel that I've never seen. That's apparently dude reacts to music. That's like his thing. Like I checked him out. Like that's what he does. But it was perfect because it was dude that I've never heard of reacts to "He Is" by Ghost for the first time, and I just for some reason just heard him going, "I think they're trolling people." I'm not 100% sure because it sounds like church music, but they're singing about the devil. I think they're trolling people. I think it's a troll. Like he's like in there, like trying to work it out. Like, wait, he just said devil. Like really, like trying to parse this whole thing, and I'm just like, oh. Penny Chat, let me send you a copy of Cerise and let's see what you think. Or better, Kiss the Go-Go. If you can figure out what that song's about, you're one of us.
Mr. Spence is live. By the way.
Dora's horror themed heating pads. You know, that would actually be really funny because you could probably get a nice. You could do all kinds of different like medicinal things and make like blood bags and stuff, like ice packs, but instead of blue, they're red, so that you can put the blood bag on you for stuff. Like you could probably. Why has nobody done that? Like, I'm sorry, but like the goth/dark ecosystem is quite large and spends an obscene amount of money. Because I feel like I'm calling myself out looking at all.
You're like, and by community I mean me.
Yeah, and by community, yeah. No, I don't have a bunch of skulls in my house. What are you talking about? No, it's fine. There are no gargoyles on the corners of my room. Stop judging me. Stop.
I don't think my brain is functioning correctly because I just was like about to say that I was hungry again and go to order food, and then I remember that I'd already done that.
I feel like the stream can't stop because we need to babysit Chandra.
That's actually not inaccurate. Also, I'm having deja vu, so that's fun.
Too many kinds. I'm just saying. I'm a bad person to answer that because, one, the things I need are not on brand for you, and two, I need so much.
Webtoons, stop.
Look what I found when I went shopping for writing supplies.
Ooh.
Nice.
It's two separate
And
packs.
they
but
match your decor.
Of course they do.
Somewhere I have a brand new
I wonder
box
if that's your favorite color or something.
of
What?
I kind of want to get the like extreme sticky notes, the ones that are like you can put them outside and it can rain on them and stuff. I kind of want to get them for my dad, but they're still expensive because they're like
yeah.
super sticky.
Yeah.
But you can also remove them and replace them.
How do I word things? How do words work?
When you work with words, words
don't
are your
know.
work.
I don't even know where to go with that.
I'm not even going to bother trying to phrase this correctly because things are obviously not functioning as per usual. But does everyone live in the U.S.? I think that's a good question.
Nope.
Not right
Thereabouts?
now.
No? Okay.
No.
One has escaped.
Okay.
Escaped up north.
So I didn't think about this until
Father
we
North
were
and North.
on Allie's stream the other day. But she did a giveaway for her 100 subscribers. And I was like, oh, that's such a cool idea. But I don't do anything digital. And then I was like, what to give away? And then I was like, I'm not sure. And then, yeah. Anyway, it's not the point. I mean, it is the point, but that's...
International post can be very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the point you were heading towards.
Thank you.
Yeah, because I found that out like many years ago when I started the podcast, and I mentioned that my favorite band did this secret Snark album that I've never been able to get my hands out of because he literally printed. Okay, so Sisters of Mercy, one of my favorite bands of all time. When Wayne left the band, he decided he was going to start his own band called The Sisterhood. Andrew, to make sure that he could not do that, started his own band called The Sisterhood, and over the weekend recorded an album that he could put out under that name so that he could have trademark rights over it, and Andrew couldn't use it. And legally, I think you have to print 3,000 records to lay claim to the trademark of a band name in England. So there's like basically whatever the legal limit was on the low end to be a band. That's all the records that they printed, just so he could like be like, no, Wayne, that name is mine.
Mine.
That's some pettiness right there.
It's like super pettiness, and I'm like, I really want a copy of this album. And a friend of mine, well, he's a friend now, but he was just a fan at the time, sent me a message going, I saw one of those at the shop the other day. Would you like me to send it to you? Don't worry, you don't have to pay me back. And I was like, I didn't think about it. I was just immediate answer, yes. And then all of the postage and inspection stickers that were on this, because he found it somewhere around Prague.
Oh, wow.
And sent it to me. And I'm just like, I need to do a lot of different money conversions because of the stamps that are on this thing. How much did you? Oh crap! I will never repay your kindness, sir. Like, I don't even know how much the album cost him, but
wow.
And I did get to hear it, and
That's awesome.
It was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful trash. Because they literally like turned on a drum machine, occasionally hit a chord on a keyboard, and just say random words. There's a song on the album called Red Egypt, White Finland. Guess what the words to the song are?
Red
Can you guess?
Egypt, Finland.
Red Finland, White Egypt.
Okay, Laura, that's eerie. I feel like we're on the same wavelength.
And over and over and over again. It's
So I have an idea.
Sweet, beautiful trash.
It'd be really fun if we did like nano survival kits with like a $20 limit and send them to each other.
Oh, that would be fun.
That'd be super fun. And like in them, you would have to write letters to be read like one a week for like, you can do it kind of thing.
That would
like,
be
that'd be really
great.
That would be fun. Yes.
So are we doing this for July? Is that what I'm hearing?
I was
then we're
thinking
gonna-
November.
Ooh, that's so good. Yes. And then we make videos of it,
Prepared.
about it, and we hashtag
Yeah.
it together.
Yes, I love this idea.
Awesome.
Get it, got it, good.
Yeah, I think she
Something in the
tried to
wall other
do
than
one
bills, yay.
last year, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, it did not work out last year. She did try to do it again last year, and yeah.
Who is she?
Amber.
Oh,
Who's that
Amber.
lady?
because I know.
So that was
what's
like
their
a
names?
Christmas holiday
Kevin and Laura, the other Laura
More
Wright.
rights.
Yeah, they did one. I think.
There's
Yeah,
one
there are
that Kate Kavanaugh and Becca have been in for a few years.
And I just realized I can super cheat with this because I have a bunch of writing books that I want to that were like very useful, but I don't need them anymore. That I could just like sneak in there, and they cost me literally nothing because they're just taking up space on my bookshelf. I could cheat.
Anything.
I could cheat.
It's helping you.
I started rereading a book that I read like 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, by Saul Stein. First of all, he seems like kind of a jerk face, but he also gives really good advice.
Was it this one or this one?
Yes, on writing. Is the vibe check correct though? Yeah, that one.
Yes.
That's the one.
Yes, I love this book. And he's not he's salty. Remember, he was Ilya Kazan's literary agent. In other words, one of the people very publicly brought down by the by Senator McCarthy's communist witch trials.
So he is salty. That's why he seems like
He is extremely salty. A lot of his clients were brought up on charges of being a communist because they were Eastern European Jews. And
context is important, y'all.
Yeah, he is a very interesting editor. His advice is really good. I quote him all the time, and people don't know it. Every time I say that it takes ruby dust to get successful, that's right from this book.
Can I read a quote that I jotted down because I was like,
Sure.
dull writing doesn't provide pleasure, and whatever information and insight it contains will be available only to those who are prepared to tolerate the task of mining dull prose. Saul Stein.
Solid advice there.
I will say, for anybody who is struggling with outlining, this book right here, How to Grow a Novel, was some of the better advice that I found on how to actually work the idea out. It is not about formula. When I say this book will help you, it's not one of those books that's like, here's the formula, just follow these 5 easy steps. It's here's how to find the story you want to tell, how to find the engine that moves it, and how to build off that engine to make your story work.
Oh, I need to read that one too then.
And I to this day still use techniques out of this book, which is why when you said his name, I could literally just turn around and
You were like,
from behind me. Yes.
Also, I want to say that's really big for you because I know when you're like, I have that book somewhere. Like if there was $1 for every time that you said that.
Oh yeah. You could tell what books I use on repeat because I could just be like, oh wait, this one? and yeah. I really like a lot of his advice.
What's happening in the chat?
It's Twitch.
Thing on Twitch, what is happening? But yeah, so I just lost where I was.
Sorry, that.
Oh, no.
I was confusion.
I just found I accidentally scrolled my tabs. I don't recommend anyone do.
Oh, I didn't know that was possible.
Oh no, because I have so many tabs open that when I went to switch desktops, I made all of my tabs go wee, and then I'm like, oh crap,
goodness.
where am I now? Where am I? What did I do? Am I here? Are those my feet? But yeah, finding things has been problematic. There we go. I think I found where I'm at in the thing now. Yay!
Woo.
There are way too many tabs. I'm just saying. But
What is being orbited?
I have way too many tabs.
I don't know.
I think we just talked about this the other day.
Yes.
Yes, and I recommended one tab.
Yes.
Is that what it's called? One tab?
Yeah.
Yes, and I
Yeah, one tab.
I put that in a list of recommended doohickeys for people who do the right stuff.
Yeah, I did
Down
that.
17 tabs.
Look
Yeah,
at you go.
See, this is just Laura being better than us in all things. Like, at least better than me. Like, I'm not going to speak for the rest of y'all, but, like, I bow.
I have so much research open on my one tab, like it's ridiculous. I've got a section that's like an entire thing of looking at orphanages in Los Angeles, and then I've got an entire section about Alzheimer's, and I just have so many tabs open. It's ridiculous, but I can't get rid of any of them, so they all have to be there.
I literally have 3 different browsers with an obscene amount of tabs in each because some of the sites work better in Chrome, some of the sites work better in Firefox, some of the sites don't like either one of those, so I try them in Safari and see if they work. Yeah, it's just
So are we only counting the tabs on our computer or also the tabs on our phones?
oh no,
Just the
phones
computer.
no.
I don't keep any tabs open on my phone. I don't like using
So
my
the
phone
group
for the
How do you
internet.
keep track of all your fan
Distinct.
fiction you're reading?
I don't read fan fiction, so that helps.
I love that you brought up the fan fiction because that's like
I have like so many AO3 tabs on my phone.
yes.
So
And
this
then
is-
because Google Chrome added the grouping function to the phone app.
Okay.
Okay.
When you
sounds
scroll through your tabs?
Yeah.
Except now, because of the AO3 thing, I mean not the AO3, because of the turn down the brightness. So like this has like 5 tabs in it, just this little square. This one has 3 in it, but it's only registering it as like these 6 tabs.
Aha.
Wow.
But in reality, I have like a lot. Let's not.
Google, can you bring that back to the desktop app, please?
Well, you can group your tabs as well
Really?
on your desktop. Yeah. So when you're on a tab, just right-click another one, and then add tab to new group,
Oh, whoa! I see.
and then you
that.
can collapse the groups.
Ooh.
My brain.
Wait, what is this on? I deleted a file for a second.
It's
Sorry.
on Chrome.
Google Chrome.
Oh.
I feel like I am like in
A whole new world.
I
yeah.
only know because they updated Google Chrome, and like it kept trying to get me to do the grouping of tabs, so I did them to get them to stop giving me the notification. I'm like, notification, go away. Fine, I'll do what you want.
Oh.
do I
And you
want
can
to-
drag and drop things into it. Once you-
Yeah.
so I can literally hey, organization is power.
Oh,
This makes me have
I
to bring out
like
the evil
it.
voice. I like my dad's metal voice. It makes me happy. Tabs that are for-
What? Oh, sorcery.
What is the sorcery?
That groups?
yes. I feel so
And I think you can change the color of them.
like this is like
You can't.
you can. Oh my goodness. So I really This is going to be so helpful.
I'm gonna have writing, reading, and research. Oh my gosh, I'm obsessed. Bye.
And then you can collapse the group so that you don't see any of them, but you can still see the tinier tab that's the name that you named it. So then you can just seem like you only have one tab open, when in reality, you have many.
Lives have
Right
been
now, I need
changed,
a Macaulay
Faye.
Culkin button for like this. Like, look.
You need an emote for that?
Yes, and unfortunately, I can't. Huh. I've made so many stupid little videos. I need to actually make some for like useful things other than like just random weirdnesses.
So I need to make a video. I've been on YouTube for a year now. Video. Any suggestions on what to do in the video?
No idea, because I should
Go over the
probably
highlights
also
of your
do that.
year.
I'm up next. I'm at 10 months now. A consistent.
I haven't done anything for my year, and I've been on for a year now.
I scheduled streams for mine because, well, one was easy because I think it's the 1 year streaming is literally a Wednesday. So I would have been streaming anyway. So I've already got that scheduled because I was curious. And my 1 year since my first video, I think it's a Thursday. So I'm just going to do an extra stream that week.
Nice.
Because I don't know what to do. I don't celebrate. That requires someone to not live in a constant state of dread, which, as we've already discussed, is where I'm
Dread.
Celebrate the dread.
Huh.
I am all about the dread.
When should I do my I technically graduated stream?
Whenever you feel it.
Yeah.
What's the next day that you have time?
You broke the cap for a second.
Tomorrow.
She's like, I have to look through 6 planners to figure that out.
Your face
Like
just did a
my
Stepford
eyes.
wife.
Like my eyes shuddering as we going through planners.
Oh my gosh, y'all. WandaVision is Stepford Wives remake.
Yes. And also how the inside of my head looked about 6 years ago. I've really been wanting to do a series of videos, but people keep doing it better than me, of like how much I related like my depression to that show.
Excuse me, I'm going to have a moment. People do not do things better than you. They do things differently. No one can do it the way that you can, and the way that you can do it is the best for you.
So do it.
Amen. Yeah.
Technically, that's true, but then there's like Jesse and Sophia, and they're like two of the only people I have on literal pedestals. Like, just
Do they know your story?
oh, probably not.
Okay then. We ain't talking about that. Thank
Do I
you.
need to travel to Missouri, find you, to just bonk you in the head? We're like,
Yes.
do this!
Boot to the head.
Well, actually, I could find the restaurant, and then I could just make your husband take me. It's like, I need you to take me to Charlie. I need to
Take me
bonk
to your
Charlie in the
partner.
head.
I'm vaccinated now. We can do this.
Okay, I'm voting for Eva's answer for yes. I'm not doing that because my poetry is very Vogon in nature. And oh, dude, we could have a Vogon poetry reading on my channel for my 1 year anniversary. Who wants to write Vogon poetry with me?
What's
What is
Vogon?
Everyone who said
I
that,
don't like
your homework is to read or watch, but preferably read, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You have to.
The creatures that
The Vogons
have the worst
are the people-
poetry of the
Yes.
world.
Yes, the
Okay, I know
Vogon,
what that is.
Vogon poetry is so bad that it is considered a war crime to force people to listen to it. It's how the Vogons torture their prisoners.
Are
They
you committing war
recite
crimes now?
Poetry. Have you heard my poems?
No.
Like, I'm very good at the Vogon poetry, like good poetry. Oh, girl.
So
I'm trying to write a song right now, and
Have you write poetry that bad?
Oh, my poetry is just. Some of it's on purpose because my friends and I used to throw Vogon poetry nights at the place, and I still have not lived down "Ode to a Cucumber."
I remember we talked about this. Stressed with this, and you couldn't find it. But if you find it, I still want to hear it. Could you do that, maybe?
We're still moving all of the stuff in here. I did not realize how much stuff was in my office until we decided to move the office from one side of the house to the other. Anybody need a book? Pick a subject and help me with the mailing cost.
Oh, for what Eva said, for Laura, I actually just thought about this as Eva was saying, because I've already mapped it out. I think I've already filmed it, and I just think it's super fun. But I made the writing process a musical, but from other musicals that are like just pulling songs from other musicals and putting them together into the writing process. So at the end, I'm going to link a playlist that I'll make of all the songs that I'm including, and then of course put them in the description. But I think that's what I'm going to do. So you could make it like a horror something musical. I don't know, whatever.
Sweetie Todd. So I do have one poem I wrote that I like, but it has, I don't know, it's a prose poem. So
I have a bunch of poems on my Patreon.
I have exactly one poem, and it's terrible, and it will never be read by anyone.
I don't know if my poems are terrible or not. I just write them and I enjoy them, and art is subjective. So if you don't like my poetry, don't read it. I don't know what to tell you.
I just don't like poetry, so I just have this thing where innately I don't like it. I don't know why. People have given me poetry. They're like, here's these different types that maybe you'll like. Nobody likes this, so maybe you'll like it. And I'm just like, I don't like it.
What don't you like about it?
I just don't.
And this is how I get more hits on my World Anvil channel. I will say 6 of my poems are published on my Dragons of Night World Anvil site because they're technically lyrics to one of the in-world band's songs.
Interesting.
But they're not linked from any of the pages, so you've got to find them.
Ooh, treasure hunt. Charlie's treasure hunt.
That is evil. I like it.
One of the side stories that I'm working on in that world is actually a story about that band. And I actually did up their discography. I made all of their album covers and saw the track titles and actually wrote some of the lyrics to some of their biggest hits because I thought that would be fun to have on there. Because one of the few things I agree with H.P. Lovecraft on is that well-constructed fiction should be pulled off with the zeal of a well-organized hoax. I love that quote. I love that thought. And I try to make that as true as I can with the work that I'm doing. And if I'm going to talk about a band that had this whole fictional past, I want people to be able to dip in and experience that. That's actually one of the reasons I started doing music again, is I thought, wouldn't it be fun to actually make some of those tracks? That way people could dip in and actually experience.
I can tell I'm getting tired or have been tired like all day because I'm getting distracted by your lights. I'm just like...
Honestly, I've been zoning in and out, but I really feel like it can't be because I'm tired because I slept well last night and then I had a 4-hour-ish nap today. What?
I'm trying to figure out where one of these is the... There it is. There's the hypnotizer.
That's just rude.
It has settings. I've got a remote control with buttons.
Ooh, that's a lot of buttons.
Hey, this is the same remote control I have for the universe.
Yeah, it's a lot of... So you've got all of your colors. You even have an RGB button across the top here. So you can adjust the color to the exact color that you want for the light.
Ooh.
And then down the side...
A dragon egg.
Oh, it's the universe.
Yes.
Oh, pretty sure it's a dragon egg, but okay.
No, it's the universe with the
It's
stars.
a dragon egg, but
Actually, Natalie thinks it's the moon, which is ironic because she's the one who bought it, but the box says universe.
it's a dragon egg, but okay. It's also orange.
Dang it. See, the problem is with my...
That's why I was thinking that.
Hey, the orange light actually shows up as orange on my camera. That's so exciting. Because, oh no, the green...
Yes,
that one
yes.
shows up kind of green. That's supposed to be green. That's supposed to be bright green. That's blue on my camera.
That is blue.
It's green
Yeah,
behind
it
me.
looks like this blue.
You
Yeah.
know, it kind
Yeah.
of looks a little orange.
That's it.
No,
Orange.
there's all the orange on.
And that's supposed to be red.
That's
Orange.
purple.
When I turn around, it's
purple.
It's
It's
the
orange?
autocorrect. It's the autocorrect. This is
Is
why
everything
I know
orange?
y'all are gonna make me. You're gonna make me look completely colorblind because between what these look like in real life versus what they look like on camera, and Chandra renaming all of the colors on me.
This is green.
Orange.
This is gonna be blue now.
It's orange.
That one's not orange, actually.
Du hast ein Vogel
That's
an deinem Kopf? Ja.
This is white.
Voll.
Orange.
Oh, here now you can actually
Ooh,
see
that
the
one's
universe
purple.
part.
Or pretty.
Actually, no. This is you can. Fudge. There we go. Yep, it's just too bright. Hold on. There's a brightness button.
Oh, that's not what I read at all when I glanced at it initially. I'm really glad what I read didn't have it.
Chandra, there's a reason you and I are friends. So it's just like,
The actual design on it now.
Ooh,
So it's the universe.
very pretty.
I want the moon one really bad. We almost got it for each other for Christmas, and then we decided to buy other things. Equally as unpractical, but we decided on other things.
If the remote control for the universe was stolen, it was stolen by a cat, and we are in trouble.
Okay, Kat, give us the remote back.
All greenhouses are now required to grow catnip exclusively.
Hey, Doper would really appreciate that. He apparently will sit there and meow at my dad for catnip. Like, hey, you gonna give me that? I know where it is. It's up there. I just can't jump up there. My hip hurts. Just give me the catnip.
We had mint growing next to the house, and I kept warning the hubby. I was like, catnip grows wild around here. You need to take that mint to inside, or it's going to turn into catnip. He was like, nah. We now have a big swath of catnip growing next to the house. So,
Nice.
How does it feel to be right all the time?
I wish I were. About how horrible this area is, I am 100%. I saw it when I was a child. I thought I had escaped, but the gravity. We're for so long away from here.
Cat, is that chocolate?
Was that squid chips?
Squid
Veggie
chips.
sticks?
Oh, those are so good. There's also
Nice.
I just for
They're
some reason
onion-free?
that crunch in the bag just made me want chocolate so bad.
Alrighty. We've been doing this for 5 hours. It is now 10 o'clock on the Eastern. And I don't know if anything that has the potential of coming out of my mouth will be TOS from this point on in the evening, so I think I should be off of YouTube.
Fake mood. I think we can also see that I have digressed significantly. So
Actually, I'm not sure if I should eat these.
Uh-oh.
They have organic broccoli powder in them, and technically I think I'm allergic to broccoli.
Uh-oh.
As you stick another one in your mouth.
and I don't need anything else to worry about.
She's testing in an unconspicuous area.
I'm just saying, if we're ever in the real world and I look at you and say, does this have a lot of pepper on it? And the answer is no. Get me to a doctor. There are very few things I am allergic to as far as food goes, and my mouth starts reacting to them, and I feel like I had something with a lot of black pepper on it.
What are you allergic to?
It's mainly preservatives, various preservative salts. So I have to be very careful what I have. But the nice thing is, if I'm ever unsure, I can put a little bit on my tongue, and if it suddenly feels like I just took a jar of black pepper and went, ah, I can't have that.
I don't know why I'm laughing. That's really not funny.
It kind of tastes like carrots.
I would say my suffering has been a point of enjoyment for most people throughout my life, so I begrudge no one for laughing.
I think I just laugh at just generally ungood situations.
Alrighty. Does anybody want to say anything before we at least go into not live on the internet time?
I do. I'm going to keep it short because we can see where I'm at. I have a channel. You should watch it. I make videos. They're great. I have a podcast. You should listen to that. It's linked below my authored to #video newbie. There. That's all. Good night. Thank you.
See cat in her native environment, checking to see whether or not she's allergic to the veggie sticks. Sorry,
the green ones I eat. I've only eaten the orange ones. Actually, it says these are red, but they're orange.
They're not orange.
Everything is awful. Everything is bad when it happens to me. Oh, sorry.
Black.
We may have a
All
remix
good
of that we
movies
use
start
in the
with
house.
black.
Yeah, these two colors taste like carrots and sweet potatoes at the same time. We're not good.
As you continue to eat more.
I'm hungry.
I'm going to take this as a universal no. So, thank you all for being here. It has been a wonderful and a wild trip to get to this point. For anybody who made it the whole way, God bless you and have mercy on your soul.
Thank you. I need it.
Oh my. I am going to be streaming again on Friday. I am looking at it's all the way over there. Why did I do that to myself? I am looking at running this on my channel at some point because I think it would be funny to try to scare the crap or at least make people really creeped out on this channel. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm very, very excited
Where's
about
the
it.
tomato?
I was going to go into my normal spiel, but I just can't after that. So hopefully you have had a very good time. Be nice to each other, be kind to each other, and most of all, if somebody's really, really mean to you, just spit in their face. All right.
Okay.
Tonight was spicy.
I told you I'm getting to that point. Bye.
Bye.